Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I gotta go show Larry and Jamie. Oh my God, Larry. We are matching. We match.
All these years and we're dressed alike. This is so cool.
We're twins.
Shannon. Why are we all matching?
We're a team, Jamie.
No. We're not matching on TV.
No?
Wardrobe.
We're triplets.
He just doesn't get it, does he?
Talk about irony. The car number on this upside-down car is 69, the only number that can be read upside down.
Nothing lasts forever, really. But to indulge in a little nostalgia just feels good. Recycled trends, refurbished melodies, movies seen on repeat. Yet today isn't just about vintage shirts and stripes. It's a reminder to embrace your roots, your quirks, your truest self, in order to be something worth remembering. Might not hurt to win while you're at it. Just appreciate whoever helped you get here. That's forever.
And today is all about appreciating those who paved the way. Men with nicknames like Fireball and Jaws and Iceman. And their on-track stories lived up to those nicknames. But as much as those men influenced what we see on the track today, do not forget about the lady who will take center stage. She's tough, she doesn't have any favorites, and to survive the day, you must dance the perfect dance with her for 400 miles. It's Darlington and it's Throwback Weekend, and we say hello and welcome to Race Day on FS1, presented by Coca-Cola. We are here in our Race Day studios. As always, I'm Shannon Spake, along with America's crew chief Larry McReynolds, Daytona 500 champ Jamie McMurray. And before I comment on what we are all wearing, all three of us, by the way, Jamie didn't get his way.
You lost that battle.
I want to say a happy Mother's Day to all the moms, including my mom, Valerie, Linda, your daughter, Brooke, and of course, Jamie's mom, Sue, and your wife, Christy, and of course, all the NASCAR on Fox Super Mamas today. It is your day, and everyone is winning because we are all dressed up and we have somewhere to go. It's 400 miles at Darlington. I'm going to wear my Larry McReynolds glasses for
Wore them there for every year I was a crew chief.
This is my Larry McReynolds
By the way,
glasses.
happy Mother's Day to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm so excited to spend the day with you guys. I'm excited to go down there as well to Darlington because, you know, listen, this is the second year that we've been able to be a part of the Throwback Weekend. And Larry, you have said all weekend long, Darlington's the perfect place.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably no other place that it would make sense to have Throwback Weekend than Darlington, South Carolina. And I think it's one of the coolest things that NASCAR, the tracks, the drivers, the teams that we've done collectively over the last few years. But the history runs so deep at that racetrack. We've been racing there for over 70 years. The only thing that's changed about this racetrack, drivers are now trying to run around that mile and a third racetrack roughly 100 miles an hour faster than we originally started going there.
Good luck getting through this while looking at me with these glasses on.
Those are special, Shannon. I'll give you that. I didn't get my way, by the way,
I'll
on
take them
on the
off.
matching. You know, the Throwback Weekend, though, has been a lot of fun. It's been going on since 2015, and it's fun to see the drivers, the teams, everyone embrace it. Even some of the wives will embrace that on pit road, which is cool to see everyone buying in. But it's super challenging track today, 293 laps. We know the tires are going to be really important. Lots of lap time fall off throughout a run. And just running so close to the wall for so long, you're just right on the edge the entire time. So long 3 hours for these guys.
Long 3 hours. And we do want to thank hair, makeup, wardrobe for everything that we look like. All of the looks today, NASCAR and Fox, all because of you guys. Time now for our headlines. Jamie, you're going first.
Yeah, so I'm going to start off here, and I'm going to say that JGR is ready to play. We know that 2022 started off a little bit rough for Joe Gibbs Racing, but they seem to be getting better every single week. Kyle Busch won the dirt race 3 weeks ago. Then both he and Martin Truex Jr. were in the top 5 at Talladega. And then last week at Dover, all 4 cars looked like they were capable of winning, and that trend has continued today at Darlington with 3 of the top 5 being from the Gibbs camp. The one thing that they got to work on, though, is they got to get Denny Hamlin just a little bit of luck. Leading the race last week at Dover, has a loose wheel, puts him behind, and then yesterday in qualifying had an issue with his car, going to have to start from the back today. So they get him some luck, they'll be on the track.
All right, your headline?
Chase goes back-to-back during throwback. But for about the 8th consecutive week, my headline has taken a bit of a turn because Chase Elliott had a practice crash yesterday to the rear of the field in a backup car with no practice whatsoever. But Chase has went to the rear before, and he has come back to win the race. He always has good speed at Darlington. In fact, Justin Allgaier showed yesterday you can start in the rear of the field and win the race in a race that's half the distance. But look at the role that Chase has been on here lately. The last 7 races, 6 top 10s, including that win at Dover. Chase Elliott can do it today from the rear of the field.
We pick our headlines before the weekend. So.
It is killing me.
And don't forget, Bill Elliott's going to be in the booth today, so that's going to be a lot of fun. My headline is this. It's ladies' night. Yes, it is.
There's no singing allowed.
I'm allowed to. In the last 2 races, 11 of the 17 cautions have been because of spins or wrecks. So today is not about the drivers. It's not about the guys on pit road. We will hear many times you have to race the racetrack, and that is the lady. Plus, it's Mother's Day, so this is all about you ladies out there. Bob Pockrass is always the busiest guy in the garage. Here's What About Bob with the Throwback Weekend stories.
If Chase Elliott or Kevin Harvick is going to win today at Darlington, they'll do it by coming from the rear, as both drivers had tire issues in practice that sent them to the garage. Harvick had rear diffuser damage, while Chase Elliott had more damage as he hit the wall and will be going to a backup car. Also going to the rear is Denny Hamlin, as an under panel at the rear of the car came loose during qualifying, and they had to replace it while under impound. It's been a frustrating 4 weeks for Hamlin, as crew chief Chris Gabehart and 2 crew members were suspended for 4 races for the wheel coming off at Dover. JGR will appeal the decision, likely arguing that the NASCAR issued pit gun malfunctioned. But whether they win the appeal or not, the key is those suspensions are deferred pending appeal, so they'll have all their crew members today for a race where they could be doing a dozen pit stops. The opposite of frustration is how smooth things are going at Team Hendrick. All 4 drivers have a win this year, and now all 4 drivers are signed at least through 2023, as William Byron announced this week he has a contract extension that will take him through 2025.
I'm starting an online petition that Bob Pockrass has to wear that shirt every single weekend.
He didn't get one of our crew shirts.
I love it. Every single weekend. Take a look at that. The 18, the 24. Everyone is dressed up in throwback schemes, including Bob. We've got much more to come around the turn.
Let's turn the clocks back in Darlington. Here's what else is coming up. The legends are here. The King, Richard Petty, Bill Elliott, and Bobby Labonte. Join us in the booth and on the track for a blast from the past. William Byron and his mom sit down with our own Caitlin Vincey to talk about her recent diagnosis and how they're stronger together. Chase Elliott snapped his losing streak with a strong win in Dover last weekend. Is he following in his dad's footsteps or forging his own path? And later, we give our best comparisons of this year's drivers to some of the sport's best. Stick with us. We're just getting started.
It's been a throwback weekend all weekend in Darlington. Take a look, the throwback parade. We had floats out there in the community in the town of Darlington. Legends, Bobby Labonte right there. All over the place.
Donnie Allison, Mark Martin.
Oh,
Yeah.
Mark.
Yeah, Bobby Allison right there. It's pretty cool to see all those guys participate in this parade. I never got to do that, but it looks like a lot of fun.
Oh, I'm sure the fans and the locals loved it.
Is that you, Shannon?
It was
Is that
me.
you?
Yes, I drove down there. I had a different haircut, maybe a wig on that day. Of course, everyone loves to relax before the big weekend. Our Bob Pockrass and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. spent some time doing just that.
Well, Ricky, I don't know if you saw me on the boulevard, but I'm kind of the fun guy now. I'm here for 2 things, drinking beer and looking a little ridiculous. Cheers! And so we're gonna go play some old school arcade games.
This is sick. Remember when they had brick buildings of arcades?
Like, do we both
I don't know. I
race
think
each
all we
other?
gotta do is press start, Bob.
All right, I'm gonna press start and go. Do I need a seatbelt? No seatbelt. Ready, set, go. Oh,
Bob, where are you going?
I don't know where I'm going. When you were young, did you go to the arcade or did you just spend all your time racing?
I spent all my time racing. My parents never really bought me many video games.
Well, I think I'm proving that those who can't write, I'm all over the place here. You have a favorite paint scheme? This weekend's all about the paint scheme.
I think my favorite paint scheme this weekend is Byron's, the Jeff Gordon Flames. He was in my mirror in practice, and I was like, dang, that's so cool. Where you at? You're in 7th. You're only 2 spots behind.
I'm back there. I know you've had some success at Daytona, so let's go try Daytona over here.
Oh, Daytona, USA. Oh, I can't reach the pedals.
I hear you're getting more simulator time.
We are, and that's been a big benefit for us, being on the Chevy simulator.
So I don't know whether this is going to help you all that much.
I don't think so. Yeah, you finished second, Bob.
Yeah, well, second because there's a race at 2.
Hey.
Well, if you're not first, you're last. If we're going to go throwback, I got to say that.
That's right. I like it.
Last week, I don't know of anybody who maybe needed a good run more than you. Since Fontana, been a little rough. So
it has been really rough.
Last week, the 2nd place, awesome finish. What do you think led to that finish?
We just had a good strategy, a good plan, and our tires stayed on it. Car drove good, and it was fast. We had good pit stops. I think that's why. Hopefully we can carry that momentum on, because momentum in the sport is huge.
Awesome. Well, thanks very much. Appreciate you taking some time out for me.
I mean, is there anything Bob Cockers can't do?
He's like a man of many talents, but I'm going to say it looked like he was at the boulevard before he got in that car, judging off the driving.
My advice to Bob would be stick to what you know. Arcade games, that's not a part of it.
Oh, but we would miss out on so many gold moments if he did. All right, let's take a look at the playoff leaderboard. Why don't we? You see those guys in yellow. They all have victories. Chase Elliott, the most recent to add his name to that list, 9 total this season. We have 15 regular season races till the start of the playoffs. So the guys below the cut in red, they do have some time, but man, there might be a little bit of concern there. And speaking of, let's play level of concern. Jamie, we'll start with you. We'll start with RFK Racing. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and move the needle to panic, mainly because I like doing things big. But the reality is we know that RFK's in a building year. Brad comes over. They're trying to get that program better. But when I look at Brad, and they have the 100-point penalty, but even when they don't have an issue, they kind of run 12th to 24th. They know they need to be better than that. And then Buscher, honestly, is running pretty similar to how he did last year. Better at some tracks, worse at others. He's 32 points out of it, but when I look at the cars he has to beat, it's Trackhouse Racing, it's RCR, and I just don't see RFK being able to compete with those guys right now.
Panic time. Larry, RCR, what do you got?
I'm not going to be completely concerned. I'm going to go somewhat calm. I know it's been a 64-race winless streak right now that they're sitting on as far as Richard Childress Racing. But right now, the 8 and the 3, Tyler Reddick, Austin Dillon, they've got good speed. They have 6 combined top 5 finishes, 3 second-place finishes. They just have not been able to close the deal. I do think the month of May is a pretty critical month for Richard Childress Racing. And both of these drivers, it almost reminds me of last year when they were battling to see who was going to get into the playoffs on points. Both of them are just right below that cut line.
All right, we know it's been a tough season for Denny Hamlin. What about his team, 2311?
Yeah, so I'm going to go with concerned, not full-on panic. And the reason I'm saying concerned is because of the affiliation that they have with Joe Gibbs Racing. I think there's a chance that you can get that turned around. Obviously, Gibbs is running just a little bit better. But the reality is when you look at Bubba Wallace, he ran really well in the Daytona 500, and any super speedway track, he can contend to win. Not so much at the other tracks. Kurt Busch, 4 finishes of 31st or worse this season in 11 starts. So running okay, but they got to get a little more consistent. Some of the issues have not been Kurt's fault, but definitely got to get a little bit better.
I want to know where those boxing gloves were when we were shooting our segment in that hall in the hangar shoot. That would have been fun. Daniel Suarez is up for you, Larry. What do you think?
Yeah, unfortunately, right now after 11 races, I am concerned about Daniel Suarez and that 99 team. I mean, they seem to have speed. They seem to be leading laps. But you look at their first 5 races this year, 3 top 10s, including a couple of top 5s. He was in position to win the race at Fontana, California. But the last 6 races, his best finish was 14th at Dover last week. He's sitting 19th below the pump in the points. But what concerns me, his teammate Ross Chastain, 7 top 5 finishes, including 2 wins. That would concern me if I was at 99 team.
We've got a lot of concern at this table today.
We did. We didn't pick any.
Well, they're all below the cut line.
That's right.
Well, all right. There's no concern for the mothers on this special day, because today is all about celebrating everything you do each and every day.
Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there, especially my wife and my mother.
Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers around the world and the Army, and thank you for everything that you do.
You guys are two of the best moms I know. So thanks for raising me and our children and your grandchildren, Mom.
You can never pay back for that, but give a lot of thanks and a lot of love, and hope you have a good Mother's Day, Mom.
I'd like to wish my mom, Angela Turner, in the hometown of Dallas, Texas, a happy Mother's Day. Thank you.
I just want to say happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there, and especially Delana for not only keeping our house in order, but being a great mom.
You guys do such an amazing job taking care of us all these years and allowing us to be able to live out our dreams, so we appreciate you. Happy Mother's Day.
This weekend out in Darlington, the NASCAR Foundation hosted another fun event, this time for the Boys and Girls Club of the PD. It was a Darlington Speediatrics Fun Day Festival. More than 100 kids were on hand for the first event of its kind at the track. The program is aimed at inspiring children to live a healthy lifestyle. You got Xfinity driver Bailey Curry, who stopped by to have some fun with the workout. Of course, the program will be at 9 different markets this season. What a great thing right there. Oh, how about this? A little throwback for that 22 of Joe Logano starting on the front row on the pole. It's a 122nd Cup Series race at Darlington. The first race was held in 1950. You had 75 drivers that started that race, which lasted 6.5 hours. The drivers were cool, the cars were cool, and Mike Joy takes a step back in time with a car that is a blast from the past.
They come. They're off. Michael Roberts in front. Blasting through the dust.
There is so much that's cool to see at Throwback Weekend, but nothing throws back further than this.
Baker comes down the front stretch alone.
This Oldsmobile belonged to Griffin Motors in downtown Florence. Look how huge this steering wheel is. 3 on the tree, full complement of gauges, and writing on the dash to indicate speed at various RPMs.
In the backstretch, Thomas and Baker are flying. This is Baker's chance.
This 1950 Oldsmobile, owned by Bobby Griffin and raced by Buck Baker, was the very first entry in the very first Southern 500.
Baker comes down the front.
Look how strictly stock this is. Stainless trim down the sides, all the way down to headlight trim rings and bumpers. This was stock car racing, 1950 style.
Oh, he loved doing that. That's Mike Joy.
He was in his wheelhouse for sure.
The way. Take a look at this. I mean, it feels like you're stepping back in history.
When I think about Darlington, I think about the Wood Brothers and especially that 21 car with David Pearson.
Yeah, so much history out there today. Of course, we've had 121 Cup races in the history of the Darlington Speedway. The first one was 1950. Johnny Mance won that race, but the most starts goes to Richard Petty, 65. That's a lot of laps.
That's a lot of laps.
A lot. David Pearson winning 10 times, which is a lot as well when you consider just how tough this track is. And you gotta admit, right? Every single driver has a track that it's like, that's the one that I want to win at. And I would say Darlington's pretty high on that list.
Well, I think any driver, any team, they certainly want to win a race at any racetrack. But I think there's just something special about Darlington. When you win there, you know as a driver and you know as a team that you have done a full day's work. And to be honest, it's a little bit of a void on my resume that I was never able to close the deal at Darlington. Came close, finished second, sat on some poles there, a lot of top fives, but just never was able to close the deal. But we've talked about the history of this track. We've talked about racing there for over 70 years, and it's received a lot of upgrades, a lot of improvements. They even flip-flopped the backstretch and the front stretch a number of years ago. I've been going there since 1980. That 1.366 mile track has not changed. It's the same track that it was 70 years ago.
You said this in your headline, and it's the only track that we go to that we hear people say you just have to race the racetrack because you can't push your car beyond the speed that it has in it. If you do, you end up getting into the wall and your race gets cut short. So it's just such a big challenge for the drivers, and to me, that's part of what makes it so special to be able to win
We
that.
love it, the Darlington Stripes. Let's take a look at today's Protecting the Lead, sponsored by Armor All. Larry, what's your advice to performing well at Darlington?
Exactly what Jamie McMurray said. Whether you go there with a rookie or whether you go there with a veteran, you say race the racetrack. We cannot win this race in the first 200 laps. We can flat lose it if you get too aggressive and get in the wall. 4 fresh Goodyear tires are king. Any chance you get to put 4 fresh tires, never just 2, all 4, you want to make a pit stop, you want to come to pit road and get those 4 tires, but you have to be aware you only have 11 sets to work with for 400 miles. And lastly, be easy on the tires in the beginning of a short run. Yeah, you may go out there, you may be fast in the beginning of a run with 4 fresh tires, but you'll pay the price near the end of that long run.
Yeah, probably the most important job for the drivers today is don't use too much tire at the beginning. Don't drive too hard at the end, because the 1 or 2 cars you gain in those first few laps, you'll lose 5 or 6 at the end, and you'll pay the penalty for that.
It's an interesting dance with the lady out there. So NASCAR has partnered with VetTix to provide complimentary tickets to past and present service members throughout the month of May, including this weekend at Darlington with 4,000 guests. VetTix is a charity honoring the military community by providing tickets to sporting events. Its mission, give something to those who gave. Pretty cool stuff right there. Up next, Throwback Weekend continues. Oh boy, that's a throwback right there. We got Chris Myers, Clint Boyer, and of course our colleague, the Hall of Famer Bobby Labonte, who's going to join 2 other Hall of Famers in the booth later today. We'll check in with those guys out at Darlington here on Race Day.
As we look back through the years of NASCAR, we also celebrate the individual careers that helped change racing forever. Bobby Labonte, the first driver to win both Cup and Xfinity Series championships, total 21 career Cup wins, a NASCAR Hall of Famer, and self-proclaimed Silver Fox. Clint Boyer, Xfinity Series champion with 10 career Cup wins, inducted into Talladega's Hall of Fame, has kids who are much cooler than he is, and claims he was once pretty good friends with Jeff Gordon. To that we say, prove it. And finally, Chris Myers' haircut. It's literally never changed, not even once. Undefeated against its greatest rival, the wind. 3 absolute legends, then and now.
Oh boy, definitely some legends there, right?
Yeah, and Clint.
I told you, wait a minute. It's perfect, Myers. It's still perfect.
Okay, all right, I'm ready to go. Hello,
Let's go out to these guys right now. Of course, we've got Clint, Chris's hair, and the Hall of Famer Bobby Labonte, who's celebrating a birthday. Look, we're putting a big party on for you, Bobby.
Yeah, thank you.
Happy birthday. And by the way, happy Mother's Day, Shannon. A lot of working moms. We appreciate that. So special day for you. Good to have you with us.
Thank you very much, Chris. I appreciate it. We're all throwing a party for Mother's Day and for Bobby's birthday. And your hair looks marvelous, by the way.
And you have, yeah, it's your day. I know.
My hair.
Oh, your hair. You guys all have good hair, and, as do they in the studio. I don't want Larry to be offended. Yeah. All right, so how about, by the way, Hall of Famer? We have a number of Hall of Famers, legends walking around, and we're going to hear from them throughout the show. Richard Petty, they're going to join us, along with yourself. Also, oh, by the way, yesterday, Paint Scheme honoring you.
Yeah.
Ty Gibbs, right? Grandson of Joe Gibbs.
Yep. Yeah, they obviously great. You know, obviously to see Ty Gibbs out there. 2002 Interstate Battery. Norm Miller would always design our race cars. 2002 was a great year. Well, we had one win, but it was awesome to see Ty out there. Haiti didn't win. He ran really good, fell back at the end, but really great. Brought back some great memories for me and Interstate Batteries.
For all of us, iconic paint scheme. I will never forget that car. I actually built a model of that car as a kid, Bobby. Not to tell on your age or anything. I was a pretty young kid, as a matter of fact.
Of course, I'm sure you.
But way cool to see all these cool paint schemes out on this racetrack this weekend.
Yeah, and by the way, the outfits, we look great. I know we were throwing back here, but you guys look like, what, ice cream salesmen or bowling?
No, man, we're mechanics. We just don't have any grease on us yet. The race is still early, right? It hasn't started yet. You wait till you see when we get down to business during the day. We're going to be dirty.
We can be dirty.
And, you know, when you come here, though, it really is like going back. It is throwback. It is old school. You feel it, and that's why the race fits the theme of doing that. The weather, cloudy, but cool. I mean, we just saw Richard Petty wearing a jacket. They've run this in March before, but in May, usually it's a little bit warmer. It was this weekend, so the weather's going to be good. But, Clint, this season, this race, this track marks, when we get to September, right, this will start the 10-race playoffs for NASCAR. We still have 15 to go, but of the 16 drivers that get in, there's only 7 spots open. And if you look at the top qualifiers, 5 of the first 6 are all Cup champions.
When you think about this old iconic racetrack, this historic racetrack, hard track to get around, man, mind you. I'm telling you, this place is a beast of a racetrack. Very slick. It's like the very first year that I got here, as a matter of fact. It was repaved in 2008, right back to those same ways. These guys have been slipping and sliding around all weekend long, and I think you're going to see even more of it here today. But I do think these clouds will play a little bit of a role in that, Bobby.
Yeah, I think it'll it'll play a role in it for about 2 laps. It is over because I think, as we talked about yesterday and we saw in practice and qualifying, especially Ryan Blaney, fighting that wheel, and that's going to happen a lot. We saw that at Xfinity yesterday. So a lot of stuff's going to happen. These guys will have to run up against the wall, and they don't want to get on it because they know they could bend something on that chassis.
Just because you don't want to get on, that's the goal, Myers. We don't want to be on that wall. You can't help it. Trust me, you cannot make laps around this racetrack without being in it eventually.
It's part of the Darlington stripe, and as great as the competition has been this year, and you could argue that through the first 11 races, it's as competitive as we've seen in years. A common theme with the newer car is wheels, tires coming off. We've had 7 or 8 of these through the course more recently, and they penalized the crew chief and some crew members, although they are appealing on the 11 car for Denny Hamlin after what happened last week in Dover. So we sent Jamie Little to look into this for a more inside report on it.
One thing we've been seeing all season long is loose wheels. Just saw it 2 more times at Dover, and the 11 team, one of those that got bit on Sunday.
Whoa. Got a tire racing Denny Hamlin. Never a good sign when your tire passes you.
In that situation, obviously it's 2 magnets, right? It's a magnet to steel. I mean, if you have any piece of debris, you limit that clamping magnet force, and that immediately, will give that lug nut a high margin of error to come out of the socket. At practice, when a nut comes out of a socket, you can hear it bouncing off the ground. At the racetrack, all the cars around, you don't hear any of that. You've seen it this weekend with us, and you'll see it again throughout this year.
So we could see it at Darlington.
You could see it this weekend. It's very easy to do.
Just like anything new, guys, I mean, you got to learn, right? There's going to be growing pains. You think, how can you mess a single lug nut up? I'm telling you right now, doing a pit stop in under 10 seconds, things happen extremely fast, just like you see with that gun. He ripped that lug nut off. It wasn't in his gun. He put it back on. He thought it was all good. Send him, right? Go, Cat, go.
Yeah.
It wasn't on there, Bobby.
No, it wasn't. When that tire passed Denny, it's all bad news. So, yeah, I mean, really, and what these guys have seen, what we've seen is Daytona. It started there. You think you'd have it fixed by now, but like he said, it's still going to happen. It's going to happen. It's tough to get it all done right in that 10-second bracket.
Yeah, well, I mean, what are you going to do? You want to slow down and do it right, or you want to be fast? Which one is it? Just do a better job.
Yeah.
It's extremely hard, I'm telling you.
Oh, but these are the best, and they'll make the adjustment at what they do, especially at this level. As we move along, let's check out our Coca-Cola family of drivers and Joey Logano, the pole sitter. By the way, we haven't had a pole sitter win a race this year. Daniel Suarez hoping to get to victory lane. And Denny Hamlin, we talked about that, having to move to the rear. But he's won this race, as you've heard already listening to the folks in Charlotte, 4 times. That's the most of any active driver. Fans voted Coca-Cola Racing and NASCAR on Fox. We listen. Check out the Coca-Cola Enjoy More cam, giving you bonus aerial coverage of today's race. Check it out by going to NASCAR on Fox on Twitter. We're live in Darlington, South Carolina. Bobby Labonte, Clint Boyer, Chris Myers, appreciate you watching on this special Mother's Day weekend and throwback weekend in Darlington. Kyle Larson, look at that, the Pontiac at Tim Richmond.
Tim Richmond's car.
How
Cool
about
paint
that?
scheme. I'm starting outside front row, too, by the way. Keep an eye on that one. This one, too.
Austin
Rusty
Sidrich.
Wallace.
Yeah, and your Daytona 500 winner, Chase Briscoe. Salute to our guy, Tony Stewart.
And his Indy 500 race car. That's a cool paint scheme.
Yep.
Look at this.
Matt Kenseth, this is Chris Buescher's car. Kenseth, congratulations on
latest inductee into the Hall of Fame, NASCAR Hall of Fame. Congratulations, Matt Kenseth. We're celebrating you with a paint scheme, baby.
NASCAR Hall of Fame. Great place to visit in Charlotte. We're in Darlington, and you are too.
Regan Smith in that 78.
Here we come to the flag. Regan Smith looking for his first Sprint Cup win. Smith gets the flag.
How about that?
I love you guys, man. That's awesome.
Wow.
That's awesome. Yes.
My mom comes to every race that I run just about, and she missed this one. Sorry. Mom, I love you. Happy Mother's Day.
Special moment 11 years ago yesterday, also on Mother's Day, for Regan Smith winning in Darlington. The role of the reporter now, and he's here with us. Regan, take it away.
Well, Chris, what a fun night that was. And happy Mother's Day to all the moms first and foremost. Darlington, nothing like a win in the Southern 500. Ryan Blaney, when I think about throwbacks, I think about throwback weekends. You're the original throwback. You always do good throwbacks.
I appreciate it. And speaking of throwbacks, you look great, by the way. And the Dale Earnhardt shades just top it off. But, no, it's awesome to be here. in Darlington, and for Throwback weekend to see all the cars out on the grid, to like whether it's the car you grew up watching as a kid to I've seen videos of that car from before I was born. It's just a really cool one, and we kind of got a Rusty Wallace scheme going on with the Advanced Auto Parts car. So just a cool weekend, great day, awesome weather, and looking forward to the race.
All right, good luck today. Good job in the booth yesterday also. Jamie?
And how about the rookie, Harrison Burton, throwing it back to your dad? How cool is it? And do you feel like there's a little extra pressure with dad watching you trying to perform in this car?
He's always watching me, so I have no extra pressure. There's a lot of history with it, combining my family's legacy and history with that paint scheme with the Wood Brothers. I think it's the first paint scheme that wasn't the Wood Brothers Throwback that they've done on Throwback Weekend, so for them to choose to do that and it be my dad is really neat. And then for me to just get to drive, a 21 car at Darlington alone, plus my dad's paint scheme is neat. So just really excited to go get out there and run it and see what we've got.
Jamie Bubba Wallace sporting the mustache today, a little throwback stash, although you have that quite frequently. Looked really fast yesterday. How pumped up are you for this?
Yeah, I'm ready. This is the best, I feel like, Darlington car we've had since coming here. This isn't one of my best tracks, but we've put in a lot of work for this place, running some GT12 time at the Toyota Sim, so that's helped out a lot, and showing up with confidence carries a long way, especially for races like this. So the stash has just been part of my MO. I feel like it's a superstition thing. We start running good when I have it, so we've been running okay. We still got to get the finishes better, but overall our speed's been pretty good for our 23 team. Pumped to be throwing it back to myself this year. 2008 late model looks pretty good.
I'm digging the stash. Keep it. Good luck, bad luck, just keep the stash. I like it. Jamie?
Well, Joey Logano has a very different look for this weekend. Tell me about the throwback.
Oh, this is probably one of the coolest throwbacks I ever can have, and thanks to Shell for letting me do it. It's my first quarter midget, so it's where it all started for me, racing in Meriden, Connecticut, the Silver City Quarter Midget Club, and kind of making a whole full circle to that and starting on the front row here in Darlington is really special. My dad's driving my Mach 1 pacing the field, so a pretty cool Logano moment for all of us to start this thing. It'd be a lot better if we finish up there as well, but a neat start for us, and it's neat that we're able to do this, and it's kind of a dream come true moment, right? There's so many kids that start racing with dreams to be in the Cup Series, and to show that it's possible, and here we are, 30 years or 25 years later, whatever it is, to be able to have that car sitting on the front row is really special.
Today, he's not Joey Logano. He's Smoking Joe, and he's leading the field to green.
Thanks, Jamie Little, and the kids are watching at home. Happy Mother's Day to you. Good to have you here working with us. All right, how many times we do this football, baseball, NASCAR, that guy reminds me of, right, when we see it. So let's welcome in Jamie, right, and Larry McReynolds, and Shannon will help spin the wheel here on, we call it the Legends Wheel, right, Shannon, where you spin it and we see a current driver, and then these guys will connect it to a legend driver that it most reminds you of. You got that?
Pressure's on. That's exactly what we're going to do. It's spinning already, Clint. You're going to go first. We've got 8 current drivers. Whoever it lands on, you tell me who he reminds you of. Kyle Busch, Clint, what do you think?
Oh, man, how did I know I was going to get Kyle Busch? Let me tell you something. This might not be popular, but it's my opinion. And I ain't talking about cool factor. I think he reminds me of that old 3 car, Dale Earnhardt. That's right. In the car, in behind that wheel, nobody is more aggressive on this racetrack than Kyle Busch.
I love it. We're spinning the wheel again, and Jamie, you're up next. So whoever it lands on, you got to tell me who this driver reminds you of from the past, and it is going to be Kyle Larson.
Oh, yeah. So I'm going to do the guy that he is representing this weekend, a Tim Richmond throwback. I heard Rick Hendrick reference that these two guys will put a car in a place that most people think it won't go, and I think we would all agree that Kyle Larson over the past few years has done just that.
He sure has. He's going to start on the front row today, right next to Joey Logano. Larry, you're up next. Let's see who it lands on. Speaking of Joey Logano, there you go.
Yeah, I've known Joey since he was about 5 years old. I'm comparing him to a driver that I worked with in the early 90s, Davey Allison, and I see so many similarities. They are smart about how they race their race car. They don't get in trouble that much. They always give you 100%, but most notably, never heard Davey Allison complain or hear Joey Logano complain about being raced hard.
Smoking Joe today, and you got Ryan Blaney. Clint, what you got for us?
Ryan Blaney, I'm gonna go back to that cool swagger, right? That cool factor. I think you look at a guy like David Pearson. He's just smooth, and he gets the job done on that racetrack. David Pearson, Ryan Blaney, huh?
And he made it through that whole interview without laughing at Regan Smith with those glasses on. We're going to spin the wheel again. We've got another driver coming up. Yeah, he loved him. I think maybe he'll take him from him. Jamie, you're up next, and we've got Denny Hamlin, 4-time Darlington winner.
Well, I'm going to go with the same guy Clint just used, and it's David Pearson. And when I think about Darlington, I think about David Pearson, and Denny Hamlin is one of the best at this track. Pearson won here 10 times in the Cup Series. Denny's won here 4 times in Cup, 5 in Xfinity. So those guys remind me a lot of each other.
Larry, last but not least, you are up, and it is going to land on Chase Elliott.
Well, the apple did not grow too far from the base of the tree. I'm going to compare him to his dad, Awesome Bill Elliott from Dawsonville. They're both mild-mannered. They don't get caught up in a bunch of controversy. They both prefer to let their race car do the talking.
I actually have one more. Clint Boyer. Who would you compare Clint Boyer to?
Not a soul.
Thank God.
Been a Clint Boyer, there never will be another Clint Boyer.
There's only one.
Broke the mold, Clint,
He's a
and you
one of
get
a
to work with
kind,
him.
thankfully. Current drivers, we counted as many as 9 that we think could go on to the Hall of Fame. Bill Elliott, Chase Elliott will join us. Also, Richard Petty, the King, and a special Mother's Day story with William Byron.
You'll never duplicate the numbers that Richard Petty has.
The most successful racer in the history of NASCAR.
7 championships.
And gives Plymouth its 8th win in 15 starts. The Pettys engineered the fastest Daytona ever run.
7 Daytona 500 wins.
Checkered flag, and Petty has made racing history.
Number 200. No one has ever won that many races in any form of motorsport.
They called him the King.
And I'm super bad.
And a throwback race live from Darlington. We're glad you're with us on FS1 Race Day. Let's welcome in the King. Well, we'd have to have you here for this. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming by.
Glad to be here, guys.
All right, how about it? Seth, you were a dominant driver in today's racing, today's world. You think we'll ever see somebody as dominant as you were?
It's just so much, racing's so much different today than it was 10, 20, 30 years ago. And I don't see anybody dominating anything like what Petty Enterprises was at that particular time. Even though you got some really good teams, you got a bunch of good teams now.
I'm going to answer that for you. Nope. There's only one king in life, right? King Petty. Tell me about your week. 1,500-mile ride on the Cal Petty Charity
Yeah,
ride?
we went to Cal Petty Charity ride, went around the Phoenix racetrack, went out up and into Utah and a bunch of the different places and stopped, and then come back and made a couple of laps around the racetrack. So 1,500 miles in 6 days. So
1,500 miles, folks, and 84 years old. I'm taking one king, Myers. There's only one of them, baby.
My motorcycle got 3 wheels on it, though.
It don't matter. They don't need to know that.
Well, and your driver, the 43, Eric Jones, who won, 2019 here, and the paint scheme going back to a special year for you, 1959.
Yeah, that was the first car I run at Daytona, and the 42 cars were the one that did it when the race in. So, you know, looking at the paint jobs, it brings back a lot of memories. Some of them good, some of them bad.
And Eric is with us. Let's look at his season so far. Four top 10 finishes. 2019, we mentioned that he won this race. 6 top 10s in 2021, and the fall race here in Darlington, a third-place finish at California. It's been in the top 10. Can he get the win today? And it's nice to have Eric with us next to his boss and the King. Well, you made a joke about him waving to get the thing going here with the flag, that he's going to keep his hat on.
I wanted to make sure he wasn't going to lose the hat on the racetrack.
I'll hold on.
Yeah, he's prepared.
He's done that before. Tell me about this racetrack. You know, a lot of memories, a lot of good memories. He just talked about good and bad memories. A lot of good memories here at Darlington for you, Eric.
Darlington's just been a good place to me. I don't know why. The first time I came here in the Cup Series, I felt really comfortable and was really liked the place. And ever since then, felt good. Finally, 2019 got the win and felt like we'd been close before that. And so always been happy here. And, you know, today I think it's no different. I feel good about the cars. Hopefully we can get it up front, but love the track.
Eric, I'm going to say this right here this weekend. You've been on a roll. You know, these top 5s top 10s already. 4 this year, only 6 last year. So you guys really have this 43 car rolling. What about today? Tell me.
Well, yeah, you know, I think we're in a lot better spot this year so far. I've been happy with the speed, happy with the cars, and I don't know, today I feel like we were a little bit tight yesterday, but I felt like we've probably made good changes. I think the track's going to come to us a little bit. We'll see. I don't know. It's always hard to tell at Darlington. You think you're doing the right stuff, and then when you start the race, you really find out. But I feel good about it, so we'll see.
When you have a resource like the King, how often do you ask for advice, or how often do you give advice?
I kind of stay out of it. Okay, the sport outgrew me. Okay, got older than I am, so I let them do their thing.
He's modest. He's in the hauler helping us out every time he's at the track, so it's always fun.
What's the best piece of advice he has given you?
I think the best advice, the thing is as long as you've been out of the car, racing hasn't changed, right? Racing is still racing, and some of the advice you've given me just about the way you manage races, the way you manage practice, still applies today, and I think that's some of the best advice I've got.
Well, thank you for stopping by. Good luck today, and always great to see you.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it. We're going to have you a little later. You're going to join us with Bill Elliott, Bobby Labonte, and our legends. And right now, we welcome in Kaylin Vinci. Again, happy Mother's Day. Kaylin with a special story. We talked about teams being dominant today. Maybe Hendrick Motorsports as a group might be the one you'd mention, and a special driver that Kaylin has a special story on. And Kaylin is here with us. Kaylin?
Thank you, Chris. Certainly appreciate it. Well, last April, William Byron was in the midst of one of the best seasons he'd ever had in his Cup Series career. Already had a win, lots of consistent finishes. On track, things were good for William. But at Martinsville Speedway, an event happened off track that would change his life forever. I sat down with William and his parents, Dana and Bill, to talk about that day.
We were racing on a Sunday. We were supposed to race on Saturday. It was a perfect day out. They were up in the suites up there at Martinsville.
Race was about to start, and all of a sudden I just started feeling this numbness, like my whole side started going numb.
So we went to the hospital, and then they said this is more complicated than we were set up for, and they made arrangements to airlift her in a helicopter back to Charlotte.
I didn't know anything during the race at all. Finished fourth, like it was a good race for us. And I looked at my phone, my dad, he was just like, hey, call me. And I was like, that's weird. Like, I had kind of a queasy feeling. As soon as he said that, hey, we're in the hospital, they're doing a lot of, scans and MRIs, and it looks like she has some kind of mass in her brain. There was a tumor inside of her brain on the left side. I was scared. What does that mean? It was tough, like hearing my dad, he just breaks down, on the phone at night. And, it was hard to hear him like that because I've never heard him have that much emotion. And the emotions that she felt, is kind of a roller coaster. That period of time was just, it was hard to know like what to do, hard to know like, do I even want to go to the racetrack? Do I even want to race? Like life's a lot bigger than just racing on Sunday. How many laps am I going to lead, or am I going to win? Like that doesn't really mean much if you don't have those people around you like celebrating with you to enjoy that.
It's been very good this year. You got the win at Martinsville, and I know this was very significant to you and your family.
This weekend means too much to her and too much to our family for me to not get a chance to recognize that. And there was just that kind of overwhelming feeling like we're going to win this race.
When William said, Dad, I feel really good about today, and if I win, I'm going to dedicate this to my mom. And it actually happened. And it was just a great way to close the loop on what we all went through as a family.
It's kind of like a celebration that I'm here and that my cancer's in remission, the tumor's gone.
She did great. She's very strong.
Good mother. I just think I have a strong faith. I've always had a strong faith.
Yep.
At that point, there's nothing, you can't control it, so you just have to turn it over to God.
Yeah. Her optimism is kind of what made us all feel better.
What is that? Out of the bathtub, baby picture.
You look like a nun. A mom does so much for you that you don't really realize. At times you take it for granted. Feel like, oh, she's always there. When there's that element of doubt, like it's something that sticks with you forever, like how much she means to us and all that she does and how much she cares. Oh no. Don't rush, don't rush. It's special.
An incredible story, and thank you to the Byron family for taking some time for us. And I just spoke to Dana Byron last night, and she said she's coming to the race today for the Mother's Day holiday to spend time with your family and, of course, support William, which she has from the very beginning. So, Chris, I know you're joined right now by someone who knows a lot about this 24 team and William Byron as well.
Yeah, thank you for that story. We're rooting for her and the Byron family. Yeah, the guy who drove the 24 into the Hall of Fame. Nice to have you back, Jeff.
Hi, guys.
Here.
What's happening?
All right. Thanks
Happy Mother's Day to all, Mom. My mom, my wife.
Thanks for dressing up for the show.
Yeah.
No, this is the owner's look, right?
Oh, is that
Yeah, that's part of the owner's look.
I was going to say, I step away, and I don't know what
happened to us, right? I just tuned up my brother's truck. I mean, I got grease all over the pants. All right. Well, how about Byron? You and Rick Hendrick believe in him so much that gave him a big term contract. The news coming out, long-term deal this week. Just tell us a little bit about, we've seen the driver, his character, and what wowed you both.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you saw there, great family guy. He just fits in so well with our organization. But beyond that, he's a great talent. And, it's so nice to really be set up for a long future at Hendrick Motorsports right now with a lot of young talent, and as well as bringing Rudy Fugle on board. I mean, those two have just clicked. So, I mean, he's doing everything right. It would be a huge loss to us not to keep him for a long future.
Yeah, definitely a good grab for a long time. Good race car driver as well, and a good combination for Rudy Fugle. How about that paint scheme?
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah.
Byron Flames is back, baby. He is set to have a great race. And I'll never forget running that paint scheme when we won here several years ago, and I think the radiator blew up right as we pulled into Victory Lane. So I hope he has a great day. I hope he does have some of the challenges we had, though.
As much as I hate that we lost him, man, he really has things looking good at Hendrick Motorsports. All the guys signed up on long-term deals. Right. Man, you're knocking out of the park over there, too.
You know, my timing's been pretty good over my career. I'm having a lot of fun. Big challenge, but I can't wait for the big day here today in Darlington.
Well, thanks for coming. It's always great to see you.
I'm glad you showed up. I was worried about when I saw you down there in Miami. You got that Miami haircut going on? Get back here to NASCAR where you belong.
I'd rather be right here.
You can hang around with us. We're going to be joined by a bunch of Hall of Famers together, but first we're going to check in with Bill Elliott. Awesome Bill from Dawsonville, and Chase Elliott. His son had a rough Saturday, but ready to roll today.
The pride of Georgia, Bill Elliott, two-time winner of the Great American Race.
Doing it better than anybody else. And Elliott has won here in Dover, Delaware.
Bill Elliott is racing into the record books.
This is one incredible performance by Bill Elliott.
Nothing like I've ever seen. It's just a thing of beauty.
Joining us on the grid, pit road, just behind the driver introductions, live in South Carolina. And Darlington Raceway is Bill Elliott, and the Hall of Famer. Thanks for stopping by. We appreciate it. I know you're proud of Chase, who's going to join us in a moment. 5 Darlington wins. What do you tell drivers in today's car, in today's competition, about what it takes to win here?
Nothing. There's nothing you can tell them. They know it all. You understand they're kids.
But the car
sounds just like my dad.
We were talking about before we came on how everything's kind of computerized. Before you said it was process of elimination. Guess if you get your car ready, you're not for Sunday.
Today it's just going to be, if you can hit it right, you can do it. Starting in the back today with the adversity he had yesterday, it's going to be tough. And, track positions, everything, it seems to be key in this particular car, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, as a keeper, right, of the best nicknames in all of motorsports, maybe all of sports. I'm talking Awesome Bill, $1 Million Bill. It doesn't get any better than that.
And his success, his son, by the way, who won last week and then had some issues. Well, let's take a look at how successful he's been following in your footsteps.
How does a father define his own success? The trophies he raises?
Bill Elliott, two-time winner of the Great American Race.
The legacy he leaves?
The new king of NASCAR, Bill Elliott.
Or is it when mistakes of the past
Head on into the wall, it's Bill Elliott.
become lessons taught?
How you doing? Get that second flag, son. Chase Elliott is going to victory lane. Yeah, baby, yeah!
And hard-earned knowledge is the foundation for future triumphs.
Oh my gosh, we did it.
Success isn't when your kid is just like you.
Chase Elliott, second-generation, most popular driver.
But when they're better than you could have ever been.
NASCAR champion at the age of 24.
Great drivers are remembered.
Bill Elliott is going toward immortality.
But great dads...
He's done a great job. I'm so proud of him.
...will be loved forever.
That is a great moment as the crowd gathers for the start of the race today. And Chase is working his way through the crowd after driver introductions from the stage to come. Oh, Jeff Gordon intercepted him on the way.
He's just on here.
Yeah, he's our guest coordinator. And
Jeff's a Hollywood guy.
Jeff's going to bring him over. Bill, you often said your son didn't have to follow in your footsteps. It just came naturally. We saw that proud moment. You must be amazed at what he's already been able to accomplish.
Really didn't have one. Set it out. I said, look, you need to have fun. Enjoy what you're doing. He always said he wanted to race, and I tried to put him in that position, but still, you never know where it's going to end up. You live with them and you die with them. You go do the good and the bad and hope for the best.
Yeah, and as a son, I have a son, right? One of the biggest wins I've ever had, boy, is over at Millbridge Speedway, right? With little 5-year-old, 7-year-old kids running. I would never, relive that. That was such a cool feeling. But growing up, right, as a legendary dad and having that dad and that figure on TV every Sunday, for him to grow up in that limelight, you knew he was going to be a race car driver. He can't help it.
Yeah, here's another one. You had for so many, was it 16 straight years, most popular driver. Chase is now dealing. He's won a championship, most popular driver. What else comes with that? Obviously, you're in a pressure business behind the wheel, but that's a little bit bigger.
Just so much pressure in this sport, not only from the fan side, but from performance side. When you got to be able to put it all together. And bless his heart, the hardest part, I'm sure, would be Bill Elliott's son, and dealing with all the adversities and all the things and all the pressure that comes with that. Not only having to drive the race car and the fan popularity, and it all comes with it. You got to understand it. You got to learn how to deal with it. And that's what I told him. I said, there's going to be days you just need to get away from this stuff. Period.
Talk about getting away. All right, he's got a shirt on, folks, from 1984. In other words, this cat is still active to this day, busy doing stuff, riding motorcycles. He was telling me, flying airplanes, flew yourself here. You're all over the globe doing things.
Flying airplanes?
Whatever it takes.
Stuff here, buddy.
Whatever it takes.
That is so cool. Going to do some racing this year as well?
Yeah, I'm going to do some different stuff. I've been doing some vintage racing, just having fun, just having a good time.
Awesome.
Did you have a favorite car or two, just in terms of, Bill, not that it was whether you had success in it, but the paint scheme? What first few come to mind?
It'd have to be the 85, 6, 7, 8 era. I mean, that car was absolutely perfect with what it, with the way it came out and the way fans perceived that car, it was perfect.
And now,
I'd say most popular driver. He took it, man. Hey, I see him right there.
And now the 9 car. We've got I hate to interrupt Jeff Gordon. Jeff, what are you doing? Your own talk show over there? We're working here.
Man, how did y'all get him to come do this? Is my question.
We told him you were going to be here.
I really want to know. I'm impressed.
Man, we got him here. It was such a cool thing to have him in the meetings this morning, see his uniforms. Obviously saw a little bit of adversity for you yesterday, but coming from the back. In the family history, nobody is better at comebacks than you guys in the Elliott family. What do you have?
Well, I hope we have a fast Napa Chevy. I mean, that's all you can hope for now. So, it's not so much the coming from the back that really puts a damper on your day. It's your pit stall selection. And, when you have a problem like that, it's like the rest of them continue to add on and add on. So we just got to make the most of it. We're down there with the 4 and the 45 on pit road buried with a bunch of good cars. So that's going to be a challenge. And unfortunately, that challenge sticks with you, through the whole 400 miles. So we just need to be solid. I actually thought our car was driving good yesterday before we crashed, so hopefully that is still the case. We'll see.
Yeah, congrats on a win, getting into the playoffs, Chase. So this is the first race of the 10-race playoffs once we start in September. Does any of that connect here today in your mind in the bigger picture?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've been thinking about that for a period of time, and that was part of the reason why I wanted to run the Xfinity race yesterday. I felt like I've just kind of struggled here over the past couple of years. We had some good runs here in 20 after the break, and then last year not so much. So I was just trying to get a better feel on a hot, slick racetrack like Darlington, but it hadn't been hot this weekend at all. It's been very odd for a weekend here. So I think today is going to have a little bit of a different complexion than what we're used to seeing on a track like this. But we'll see. We have a challenge ahead, and we're going to have to dig deep, so we'll see how it goes.
I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit. I know he's standing right here, but tell me about the impact that your dad and his career, his legacy had on you growing up as a kid, and, how cool it is to have your family here this weekend and every weekend.
Yeah, for sure. Well, look, it's never something I take for granted, and we've been fortunate to share some really cool memories. Unfortunately, I wasn't around for a lot of his career, but we have been able to experience some really special things as a family since I've been around. Looking back to Phoenix of 2020, I mean, being able to have your parents there and be there as a family unit, it's not something you should ever take for granted. some great short track memories along the way that led to this opportunity too. So it has been very much a family operation for us for a long time, and that was really what led to the opportunity with Mr. Hendricks. So I'm really proud of that, and I think we all are as a family. But we enjoy these moments, and we try to have fun, at the same time, and try to make it all work.
Family tradition.
All right, thanks for coming by. You got a race to run. Yeah, Bill, if you can hang around, we're going to be joined by Richard Petty. Also, Bobby Labonte is back. Legends of the sport, Hall of Famers talking about current drivers. Oh, and Clint's going to stay too. We hope you stay with us. I kid,
Hey, I just want to say happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there, because momming ain't easy.
Wanted to wish my mom happy Mother's Day, Maria Gutierrez in Dinuba, California. I love you and I miss you.
Happy Mother's Day to every mom out there. Happy Mother's Day to my mom. She gave Kyle and I so much at the racetrack and sacrificed so much.
Love you, Mom. Can't wait to see you.
And then happy Mother's Day to my wife, Marissa. It's her first Mother's Day at Darlington. It's going to be pretty special.
Always thinking about you. Always appreciate the phone calls and the texts every day.
To my mom and all the other mothers out there, happy Mother's Day.
It's great that we can race on Mother's Day, a chance to celebrate all our moms and those moms that do so much and sacrifice so much. We're live on the track, on the grid with Clint Boyer, Chris Myers, counting it down to the start of the race, this throwback. And how cool is this? You've heard from them through the show. Hall of Famers, legends, Bobby Labonte, Bill Elliott, and the King, Richard Petty, all together at once. I wish we had an hour to talk, but let me throw out, is there a driver today that reminds you the most of the way you drove or the way you operated in your career? I'll start with you, Bobby. Anybody jump out at you, current driver?
Yeah, obviously it's Richard's driver. I think Eric Jones. I mean, obviously, he's out there. He doesn't make a lot of waves. He's kind of quiet, very quiet actually, but yet he gets the job done. So I kind of thought I was a quiet guy because I let Terry do all the talking. Oh, wait a minute. He didn't do any talking. Well, maybe that's not right.
Talking.
But anyway, I just thought I like him. I just like him.
Well, you were right on the quiet part.
Yeah.
How about you? How about, could be Chase or no? Has to be Chase. I'm guessing.
It's like a clone.
The King, who would be your driver? Anybody remind you today of you?
They're just lucky I'm not out there today.
Yes! Once a racer, always a racer. That is the key.
I think, we were talking, I think we have at least 9 Hall of Famers that are racing today. We were going through some different names. You want to name a few that jump out at you that you see today that say, hey, these guys, one day they'll be in the Hall?
It's hard to say. A Hall of Fame career takes a long time.
Right.
Just because you have 3 or 4 good years, that doesn't put you in the Hall of Fame as far as I'm concerned. So you got to have pretty good stacks, and you win a championship, then you're automatically in.
Oh, yeah.
Bill?
I'd have to say Kyle Busch. I mean,
automatic come to mind right away. Okay, you can run through a few names there, Bobby, if you want.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you think about Kevin Harvick. I mean, obviously, he's the older statesman. Martin Truex Jr. He's up there. They've won those championships. So, I think they're shoe-ins when they stop racing, but they haven't stopped racing yet.
Yeah, and to the King's point, guys like Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott, that they have championships with their starting careers, and the more time they put in, the easier it'll be. Speaking of putting in,
all right, legends, Kings, royalty. It's time for Put It Out. I know you guys have watched this. I've never had to do it in front of all my heroes here, so talk about nervous. And then I got to poke at you right off the bat, King. Here we go. Right here, 1970 Darlington crash. Coming in, literally the only time I've ever seen anybody knock the wheel down, knock the wall down, flipping end over. And look, it broke your shoulder, right?
Walk away.
Yeah, I was busy waving at people. The reason my arm was out.
I mean, you even wreck big. Everything big. Put it out. All right, how about this one? Now it's your turn, Bill. Bill Elliott, awesome Bill. Here it comes from Homestead. Literally dominating the race. Dominating the race. You remember this? How's a flat tire coming to the checkered, and who is it? None other than Bobby Labonte, standing right next to you, the benefactor, winning the race.
Let me say it. Put it out. Sorry, buddy.
You don't remember that one, do you, Bill?
My trophy for me.
I'm sorry.
And that's it.
That is.
Thanks for coming out, and this is always great, this race, and keep up the good work, all of you. Your imprint on the sport and with the fans has been outstanding.
And by the way, I can't wait to have them up in the booth. Each one of them are going to be joining us for a stage in this race and calling this action, so it's going to be awesome. Be tuned in, baby.
Yeah, and then they're going to all jump in. You never know when they're going to step in and comment on the race today, so a lot to look forward to. So you got to head up to the booth. You all enjoy the race. Let's go over to Michael Waltrip for the Grid Walk.
put it out on the grid walk here at Darlington Raceway. This is my favorite paint scheme on the whole grid. Marty Robbins out in the West Texas town of El Paso. I fell in love with this car, Corey. It's beautiful. Great job.
I think you should leave the singing to Marty Robbins, Mike, but I appreciate it. This Sack and Penny's Camaro looks pretty good.
Yeah, and it's really cool. You got a top 20 last week. I know top 10's in your future. You think it could be today?
I hope so. This is my career day here last year in the Southern 500, so I can get around here, but it'll be a long day for sure. Keep the thing straight and see what we got.
Stock them pennies, buddy. See who we can find next. Hey, look, it's Michigan Jim. Hi, buddy.
Go blue, buddy.
Go blue, and thank you for your service, sir. It's awesome to see you. JJ, check this car out. This is Clint Boyer's car, right?
No, it's my car, but it's always been a lifelong dream for me to drive for Michael Walsh. So I think this is the closest I can get.
Well, I think that might be exactly like the car we had. And by the way, is that Clint's dad?
No, that's Ollie, but there is a striking resemblance. I'm pretty sure that's what Clint's going to look like in another 3 to 5 years.
Well, if he hangs around with Myers much longer, it could happen much sooner than that.
Possibly so.
Good luck at the tough track here in Darlington, buddy. See who's next. Landon Castle. Hey, how's it going? You feel ready for today? 6th place yesterday. Great run.
I'm ready. I've got Voyager on this car. I'm ready to go.
That's right. It's good to see you. Have fun. It's Chase Elliott getting ready to go. Let's say hi to Chase. Chase, I know you said hi to everybody. I just wanted to wish you good luck. Tell you, it's going to be fun watching you come to the back. And Jimmy Means was always one of my heroes. It's cool to see Napa and you saluting him.
It is. Appreciate that. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah. Good to see you. See who else we can find. Hi, Harv. How you doing?
Well, Mike, I'd be doing better if I go that way instead. I don't have far to go this way.
Well, here's what I'll tell you about going that way. That's all you do. You get up to the top 10, and that's what you're going to do today.
Well, usually it's, I can't do anything but go worse. This time I can't do anything but go forward. So, no, I think it'll be fine.
Now, you're nowhere near where I'm talking about, but when I got older, I kind of liked starting in the back. Wasn't a lot of pressure.
Well, I kind of feel that way too, Mike.
Well, have a fun one.
Less pressure for sure.
Happy Mother's Day to Delana. Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you very much.
I saw you wandering with the beautiful children. There they are. Hi, guys. How y'all doing? They look like they have a great time everywhere they go, and I know it's a handful of juggling what you got going on, but thank you and to all the moms, NASCAR moms.
Yep, happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there.
Awesome. Well, I think we're about done with folks here on the grid. I'm all the way to the end, so I guess what we'll do is maybe just take this baby to break. Why don't I do that? Because
look what we have here. Joey Logano in his 71 Mach 1 and the 2022 pace car Mach 1. Joey, what an awesome car. Dude, this thing sounds nasty.
I love the body style. I love the big Mustang. That was kind of my favorite style.
Could you imagine floating this thing around this racetrack back in the day?
No. No, thank you.
Whoa! You hear that?
Raw American muscle. There's some things that just don't change.
Right.
Like the Mustang is just, it's a Mustang.
All the styling, the dash look, it all still feels just like we got out of that 71. It's pretty cool. I still like the old one, Joey, but this one is definitely worth the price of admission. The throwback weekend at Darlington, my favorite racetrack. I'm ready for it.
All right, thanks, Clint. Joey Logano trying to be the first pole sitter this year to win the race when he starts on the pole. If you want a free chance at Clint Boyer's money, scan the QR code, download the Fox Bet Super 6 app, then add 6 questions that you can answer about today's race, and you'll have a shot at $5,000. Kyle Larson, the Fox Bet betting favorite, followed by Joey Logano and Martin Truex Jr. We're glad you're with us on FS1.
Race fans, at this time we ask that you please rise and remove your hats as the Eugene Ashley High School Navy Junior ROTC Color Guard presents our nation's colors. And here to offer today's invocation, please welcome mother of NASCAR Cup Series driver Harrison Burton and wife of NASCAR legend Jeff Burton, Kim Burton.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, on this Mother's Day, we honor our moms who are so special to us. We give thanks for our amazing country and for those brave men and women who stand up at home and abroad to keep us safe. We thank you for teaching us the importance of loving one another, demonstrating grace and compassion, and to appreciate the life you have given us. We ask you to bless our race fans, the best fans in all of sports. We ask you to keep the greatest drivers in the world safe today as they do battle on the track, and to allow our teams, crews, and officials to do their best work. Lord, may your goodness and light be present among us today and always. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
And here to perform our national anthem, please welcome from the United States Air Force Band, Senior Master Sergeant Joseph Halton.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs dashing in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of glory and the home of the
History is a funny thing. It's necessary to study it, important to understand it. But only in sports do you want to repeat it. Of all sports, NASCAR's history isn't that deep. Just 74 years, but boy is it rich. And the root of everything on track today links directly to the past. The numbers.
The famed 21 card.
With the number 3, Austin Dillon. The records.
But Earnhardt holds him off to knock down his 7th Cup championship.
The seemingly untouchable successes.
One of the most beloved drivers in the history of the sport.
Richard Petty emerged victorious for his 200th racing victory.
Today's heroes emulate the greats, paying homage to the foundations of stock car racing. And to fans, history is paramount to appreciation. Honoring it, cherishing it, and hoping for the opportunity to experience it.
Jimmy Johnson, history-making 7th championship.
Chase Elliott is about to join his father in elite company.
He's led more laps than any driver in a single season since Jeff Gordon.
The legacy of this sport is in good hands. Ours. And with each green flag, history awakens in the here and now.
Thank you, Mike Joy, the oldest super speedway in NASCAR, running since 1950, and a good view with a good crowd. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear for those that push the limits of possibility. Goodyear, more driven. Today marks Toyota's 1,500th start in NASCAR. In honor of the occasion, Denny Hamlin's 11 car throwing back to the 2016 Daytona 500 paint scheme, Toyota's first win in the great American race. With two-time Daytona 500 winner Michael Waltrip. We're on the grid, and 5 of the first 6 starting drivers here are NASCAR champs at today's race. Does that say experience plays well?
Yeah, but something that's going to be great to watch, Chris, is Chase Elliott and Kevin Harvick. They're way out back, charging the front. What a special day. You hanging around with all these Hall of Famers, legends. Fun day.
It's, nothing beats being here, and we're glad you're here with us to take it all in from Darlington.
And now, race fans, here to say the most famous words in motorsports. Please welcome member of the NASCAR Hall of Fame, class of 2015 and 1988 NASCAR Cup Series champion from Dawsonville, $1 Million Bill Elliott.
Fans, are you ready? Drivers, start your engines.
Mike Joy, Clint Boyer, joined later in the race by the King, Richard Petty, Bill Elliott, Bobby Labonte. Enjoy NASCAR on FS1 on Mother's Day. Special Darlington Throwback Weekend on this Mother's Day.
Bring it to us, man.
I think he touched the wall right there.
Hang on, Boo. Hang on, Boo. This is unbelievable. Throwing it back to the old school with us. Oh, yeah, man.
NASCAR's oldest super speedway, Darlington, egg-shaped, built to accommodate the property lines, plays host today on Throwback Weekend to the Goodyear 400. As the cars roll off pit road, Clint Boyer and I will be joined by 3 Hall of Famers. The King, Richard Petty, 200 Cup victories all time. Bobby Labonte, champion and Hall of Famer, as is $1 Million Bill Elliott. And they'll each have a role to play in today's telecast. We'll welcome them in a bit, but for now, Mike Joy, Clint Boyer, with you and ready to race on this wonderful throwback weekend. Darlington opened in 1950. Then to now and even this weekend. You come to Darlington, your biggest opponent is the racetrack.
Absolutely. Starting right off the bat with the Truck Series. Carnage left and right. These guys are having trouble navigating the Xfinity Series. You saw the same thing. And then the Cup Series in practice. Chase Elliott having trouble wrecking that car, going to a backup car, coming from the rear along with the 4 car and the 11 of Denny Hamlin. I'm telling you guys, this is going to be a good one. This track is slick. The sun's in and out of these clouds, and these guys are going to have their hands full.
So behind the wheel, what's your biggest challenge today?
Yourself. Don't beat yourself. Race this racetrack. Don't race the cars around you. Focus on these tires, managing those tires, the long runs, and racing this racetrack. Oh, and by the way, don't be hitting that wall.
Now here we have Joey Logano on board his number 22 Penske Mustang, and that is Joey's 71 Mustang Mach 1 with a Ford Coyote flat crank V8 engine, and that's his dad Tom at the wheel and his mom Debbie riding shotgun.
How cool. Let's get old Joey on the line. How about you, Joey Logano, Polecat? That 22 car looking good up there alongside mom and dad, huh?
It ain't bad. It's pretty cool to have the old quarter vintage paint scheme, having your parents driving my Mustang up there. It's a pretty cool start of the day for the Logano family. Hopefully we can keep it up here and get a good finish on this thing. We'll get a win. Nothing like winning at Darlington here. So I got a good pace. The boys gave me a good show, Pensacola Mustang, and hopefully, like I said, we'll keep it up there, execute today. A lot of pit stops here.
Well, you got the best view in the house. You're going to have to keep it there. And, man, that 71 Mach 1, thank you for giving me that ride this morning. It was fun to be out there in the racetrack with you. I want to say good luck and hold a pretty wheel out there, boy.
Thank you. Thanks for not wrecking me when you took the other Mach 1 out.
All right. Joey Logano is the first driver on our Goodyear starting grid. His first pole since 2019. 2018 Southern 500 runner-up. Kyle Larson, runner-up in his last 3 Darlington starts. It's a Ford Chevy front row. Row number 2 is all Toyota. Christopher Bell, 4 of his 5 top 10s this year, came in the last 6 races. And Martin Truex, the defending winner of this race. Kyle Busch has a Darlington win. He's on baby watch. Trevor Bayne available for relief. And his older brother Kurt, whose best Darlington finish is second in 03. Ryan Blaney got his first Darlington top 10 in this race last year. And Ross Chastain was 3rd here last September. Rounding out the top 10, William Byron, top 5 in 2 of his last 3 starts here. And Tyler Reddick with 1 top 10 at Darlington that came in 2020. The rest of our starting lineup will scroll across the bottom of your screen as we check with Larry McReynolds in studio. Larry, you said you have to be a salesman today. What do you mean by that?
Yes, you do, because these crew chiefs are challenged, Mike. It will be a day of non-stop adjustments, but even the driver that's leading this race, he's going to be telling his crew chief how bad the car's driving, I have to tell him, I know it's not driving good, but it's driving better than the rest of them. Now to the mom on our broadcast team. Happy Mother's Day, Jamie Little.
Thank you so much, Larry. My greatest joy is being the mom to my 2 kids. Now, speaking of kids, this season, it's been all about the young drivers. But when it comes to Darlington, not so much. Only one time in the last 6 years has a driver under the age of 34 gone to victory lane. Now, there are some veterans that are very hungry in the field, and top of that list, Martin Truex Jr. Remember, he went to victory lane 1 year ago. Where did he start? 4th. Where's he starting today? 4th. Regan Smith.
Jamie, that one driver under the age of 34 that you mentioned was Eric Jones, the 2019 winner of the Southern 500. So incredibly good at this racetrack. In fact, he has 6 top 10s in his first 6 races that he came here. The team told me today their strength is Eric's ability to manage tires on these old, worn-out racetracks. This is an opportunity race for them, and he is driving a beautiful 1959 throwback to the king, Richard Petty, from the 11th position today. Look out for Eric.
Now, speaking of throwback, Regan, are those authentic Dale Earnhardt gargoyle sunglasses?
These absolutely are authentic. Got to thank George Grill with our production staff. Awesome glasses. Dale Sr., I was a huge fan. I love these shades.
Well, you keep hiding behind him because there ain't no way you're as cool looking as he was in the Man in Black.
Hey, he's got to win here. As we get set in Darlington, here's the 470 horsepower Ford Mustang Mach 1, 410 pound-feet of torque, 6-speed manual with rev matching for downshifts, or 10-speed automatic with paddle shifters, 0 to 60 in just over 4 seconds.
Well, I got to drive that baby this morning, Mike, and it felt good to be behind the wheel on this racetrack.
And there is the king, minus his Charlie 1-horse cowboy hat. Looks like that one will stay on.
Well, you got to take care of that hat.
Yep.
We need that hat. It can be blowing off. So cool to have him here. All these legends of the sport, the pioneers, who paved way for all these drivers on the racetrack today to have this opportunity.
Credit One race analysis, 400 miles, 293 laps, nearly equal stage lengths, 45 down pit road, 66 to 72 laps on a tank of Sunoco race fuel, and a competition caution at lap 30 after the overnight rains here in Darlington. Looking out in the grandstand, every thrift shop between here and Charlotte is sold out of NASCAR throwback garb. Hats, t-shirts, sweatshirts, you name it. These folks are wearing it. And Richard Petty waves the green flag to start the Goodyear 400.
You knew it was going to be a race for that clean air. Who was going to come off at turn 4 in the lead? And it's going to be the 5 of Kyle Larson. Outdueling 22, the pole sitter. Going to have to settle in, manage these tires. You heard us talking about it. This track is slick. Under cloud cover, so the grip level, managing this grip level. Only 20 minutes of practice for these guys, trying to figure out what they have. They weren't side-by-side in race conditions.
Go outside, corner, outside.
Kyle Busch drops in line, and now the top 15 are quickly single file. Still a lot of battling mid-pack on back. And now almost the entire, trouble back straight away.
I think it's Brad Keselowski spinning. He's going to barely kiss the wall.
Clint, there was a slow car on the high groove coming out of turn number 2 that impeded Keselowski's progress there.
It's a really good save.
There's Keselowski.
Denny Hamlin gets some help there. Yep, you see LaJoie get into the back of him, gets him high. Everybody trying to check up, get out of the way. I don't know what the 9 of Chase Elliott got in the back of him, but nonetheless, he got turned around.
We're going to ride with Kevin Harvick through this one, our Rheem onboard camera.
Checking up for anyone. Give me a stay high, stay high. Yellow's out.
You saw the 11. It didn't take no more than just a kiss from the 7 of Corey LaJoie getting to the back of him and moved him up out of the way. He had to bail out of the gas and keep from knocking the wall down. Just barely right here. See it? So we're going to ride along down the front stretch, making the pass. Tiptoeing around there, thought he was clear, starts to move down. Right there, get into it, wiggle up, almost hits the wall. And everybody reacting behind him, chain reaction, spitting the 6 car out.
First caution at lap 4, and Brad Keselowski will use up 1 of his 10 sets of tires right here.
And that's going to be important. You know, hopefully it didn't mess the underneath side of that car up too much. He did a good job of limping that thing in. You see 3 of the 4 at least, maybe all 4 tires being down. Hopefully it didn't hurt the diffuser too much.
Let's have a look at today's Ford Performance Track Facts. Darlington Raceway, longest top 10 streaks all time. Kevin Harvick 12, Bill Elliott 12, and David Pearson 10, all driving Fords.
Pretty good company, Kevin Harvick.
Yep, Pearson with 10 victories. So pit road will be open this time, Larry. And for Brad Keselowski, do you have to use up a set of those tires this early? That is not good.
No, it's not, Mike, because to your point, we have 11 sets of tires. One of those are qualifiers. You had to start on a set, so you really only have 9 sets of sticker tires laying for 293 laps.
Kyle Larson leading Joey Logano and Martin Truex under caution for Brad Keselowski. One to go, and we'll be back to racing. First, let's take a look and see who's made it into Ruoff Mortgage victory lane so far this season. Beginning with Austin Cindric at Daytona, and 2-time winners William Byron and Ross Chastain. Most recent winner Chase Elliott at Dover. Everybody's still on the lead lap after Brad Keselowski's spin. Larson and Logano will restart on the front row, with Larson taking the outside, Joey inside, Truex and Bell. Here's some Chase Elliott audio.
Yeah, make sure you express those guys. My bad. I was looking so far ahead, I didn't expect him to stop. I didn't see anything wrong. That's all good. All right, talk to him.
It was Chase Elliott who got into the back of Brad Keselowski after Corey LaJoie made contact with Denny Hamlin. Restart, green flag in the air, and Joey's got a good jump on the inside.
He sure does. Can he get that lead back? Man, look how far those 2 are out. You know they're going for it. They were 3 car lengths ahead of the field going through 1 and 2. Joey knows how important this is. I think he's going to slide up. That 5 is just too strong on the outside in that preferred line.
Larson, a great job of rolling the top in 3 and 4 to get clean air. Eric Jones dropping a couple of spots there. 3 wide on Jones. Reddick takes advantage.
He had a run on him through the middle of 1 and 2, got to the exit of 2, right along with the 43 Eric Jones, and got loose, had to bail out of the gas. And you see that let Tyler Reddick and a couple others get around him. Got to time those runs, make sure you can get clear.
Jones was about 9th, drops to 13th.
Things really get narrow on the exit of 2, as you see right there.
Now from the back, Denny Hamlin's only gained 1 spot, Chase Elliott 2, and Kevin Harvick 3.
I think you're going to have to be careful if you're the 11, you know, the 9 of Chase Elliott and Harvick, and the 4 coming from the rear. I don't know that you're going to be able to, with fresh tires and everybody being on those, get up there. You might have to be patient here, let everybody's tires wear out, settle in, and then start making your moves.
Let's take a little ride with Eric Jones, see if we can figure what caused him to drop a few spots here.
See him take that move as he went down and got on that apron and come across that. We talked about that yesterday in practice. I think it just upset his car. Maybe got on that left rear bump stop, if you will, and got him loose.
23rd place. Hamlin advancing on Corey LaJoie and trying to move on Cole Custer here.
You see how he rolled in really strong. Had to check up to get that car rotated, but was able to get up in front and make that pass on Corey LaJoie.
That whole Stewart Haas team racing with heavy hearts. Margaret Haas, who sat at the head table at the NASCAR banquet just a couple of years ago and was honored as champion owner, passed this week.
Yeah, I hated to say, such a neat lady. The support you had, you know, when I worked for Gene Haas, having her at the racetrack was felt almost every weekend, man. She was there a lot. How about Denny? He ain't listening. He's going for it. Got to make moves.
He's battling Lee Petty right there. Excuse me, Ty Dillon. Sure looks like Lee Petty. That 42. All right, Kyle Larson has jumped out in front of Joey Logano by 1.5 seconds, Jamie.
Well, Mike, he was one of 3 drivers that tested here for tires back in March, and he actually spun it out 2 times. His takeaway from that, be careful in turn 2. So far in this race, he's fast, but he said, I am bottoming out in turn 2.
Larson now 1.6 seconds up. Kevin Harvick has moved up 5 spots since the restart. Same as Chase Elliott just ahead of him.
You heard that shift. They're shifting down in 3 and 4. You heard at the top of the show, Mike told you, hey, that track is narrow in 3 and 4. Why is it, Mike? Why is this track narrow in 3 and 4?
When Harold Brazington built this track, which opened in 1950, his buddy Sherman Ramsey had a minnow pond just off what is now turn 4. And he said, you're welcome to use some of our property, but don't upset that minnow pond. That's why 3 and 4 now, originally turns 1 and 2, is much tighter radius than the opposite end of the racetrack.
And that's what I love about this racetrack. Both are different. You see him reach over and downshift, getting into 3 and 4. That tighter corner is going to feather that throttle. Try to make a move going to the inside of Ty Dillon. Now he's going to reach over and shift right there. Bam, into 5th gear.
Still door, right rear.
But again, going back to the uniqueness of this racetrack. See, no shifting. Trying to get the throttle down, making that straightaway, that back straightaway as long as you possibly can. Throttle through the corners way more in 1 and 2 than you do in 3 and 4.
Kyle Larson in front of Joey Logano by 1.5 seconds. When we come back, hey, there's one of David Pearson's Wood Brothers rides. Bill Elliott's here, and the King, Richard Petty, 7-time champion of NASCAR and Hall of Famer, will join us shortly. That 43, that's the car of the King. That's one of his 3 victories at Darlington. He won on dirt. He won on super speedways, road courses, anywhere NASCAR raced, and that's one of 200 victories. An all-time record. Richard Petty and the President of the United States congratulating him on that big win. That winning car is in the Smithsonian today. And Kyle Larson has a 3-second lead on Joey Logano as we welcome the King, Richard Petty, to our booth. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me, okay?
What's it look like to see the 42 and 43 out there in your dad's and your colors?
Yeah, it's been a long time since there's been our numbers 42 and 43, so it makes us feel good that we've been around long enough that we can go to the kickback deal and still have a couple of cars out there.
Could you have imagined in your days drivers racing around Darlington at these speeds and shifting?
No way. We shifted to get in the pits. Sometimes we change gears. You know.
Well, let's get into this race. Kyle Larson is the leader. Joey Logano, Chevy versus Ford. Eric Jones had a strong 9th place run, got himself a little loose up there, and just like that lost 4 spots.
The way the races and stuff run now and the way the cars are, you got to keep your momentum. If you keep momentum, you don't have to run fast. Just keep your momentum. You let off, and there's 3 or 4 cars go by you, just because the cars are so even.
What did you find that the hardest part about getting around this, tricky racetrack at Darlington?
You just starting at the start-finish line, and it's in trouble all the way around.
It's so true. Yeah. It really is. But I mean, over the years, it just hasn't changed. Well, running right up against the wall like
the
that.
track's changed a whole lot. It used to be banked in 3 and 4 down here, and then 1 and 2 was just a single lane deal. That's where the Darlington stripe come from. So there's no such thing as a Darlington stripe anymore. If you hit the wall, you crashed. But then it had a guardrail, and you just wore out the right side of the car against the guardrail.
But as you're watching right along with Kurt Busch right here, it's still a momentum racetrack, just like you talked about. Yeah. You can't check up like your driver Eric Jones did, carrying that momentum, making this track as big as possible, rim riding right up against the wall. Very tricky to do, right?
Yeah, it's hard to do lap after lap after lap. Your tires change, you change, the weather changed a little bit. All of a sudden you go in there and the car gets a little bit looser, a little bit tighter than it was the lap before, and you wonder what happened. Take it 2 or 3 laps to recover from that.
Then you skin the old girl up, and the old crew chief's in your ear yelling at you, mad at you. You never had that, huh?
No. Every time the crew chief got to hollering, I'd just reach over and turn the radio off.
All right, you saw Denny Hamlin move up to 19th. We move up to Kyle Busch here, who is in 7th place.
No front tires, off the wall in 3 and 4. Super tight. 10 out of 10 tight. 1 and 2. Up the hill, tight. Turning down the hill, tight. Tightest, turning down the hill.
Well, you hear him saying tight with Kyle Busch, and I'd say he hit the wall right there, Richard. You know, when a car's tight getting around here, how do? You manage that, back up the throttle?
You know, I always drove a loose car. I couldn't drive a pushing car at all.
Well, so, neither can that cat in that 18. You hear him saying no front tires, needing a car to rotate and turn to be tighter. One thing I do love about what I saw right there, going back to these composite bodies, the difference that it's made in our sport. He got into that wall, no harm, no foul, keep digging.
Yeah, that makes a lot of difference. You know, used to we put knocking bars and stuff on the right rear to keep from knocking the fender against the tire.
Competition caution is out. Time to make those adjustments like you hear Kyle Busch talking about. He ain't going to be the only one. You need to free that car up, and I believe that are going to be a lot more doing the same thing.
So Mike, Clint, Richard, it's going to be one busy pit road. We've got 34 drivers on the lead lap. Trust me, 34 teams will be in for 4 fresh Goodyear tires.
Richard, today the spotter, sometimes multiple spotters, the crew chief, most of the crew, they all wear radios. They're all in contact. I remember when this whole deal started, only one person had a radio besides the driver.
Hey, look, we didn't have radios at all, the driver or the crew, either one.
Chalkboards
until the early 70s, I guess. And then Dale had one for the crew chief, and,
Let's
and I had
see where the
one.
track goes here. I don't want to make an adjustment.
When we didn't have the adjustment from the telephones, there, you know, it was just, I believed in Dale, Dale believed in me, and we kind of thought on the same scale, and it just worked.
You had hand signals for what the car was doing to him, right?
If it was pushing or loose or hot or whatever, and you know, and you run wide open down pit road at that time too.
Was it hard to see that chalkboard when it told you don't pit this time by? Or was that just a suggestion?
According to what was going on, if you didn't like what was on the board, you didn't see it.
All right, pit road is open. Jamie Little.
And Kurt Busch had a really good qualifying effort. He's in the 45, of course, saying the front feels numb and trending tighter, which is surprising. A lot of these crew chiefs thought it would free up as this race went on. The 19 of Martin Truex Jr. said he had a vibration. He thought maybe the right front, so happy to get these fresh tires. And the 5 of Kyle Larson been lights out so far. The only thing he said is that he was bottoming out. Wigan.
Christopher Bell, like the balance of his race car, needs track position with that car just a little bit though. And the 22 of Joey Logano, the car started the race to the 3 side, but has now gone to the tight side where the car loads up in the corners. He wants a small adjustment for that.
Big time problem for Kurt Busch back here in the 45. No left rear wheel. We talked about it in pre-race. Another problem in the pits for Kurt Busch. It'll be a costly, they still don't have the tire on it.
Joey Logano wins the race off pit road. Here is the change.
I think it's the same thing. They caught this one.
Yep.
Yes. What a save that was. Just like last week in 11, they didn't catch it. He rolled out past the tire. That one stayed in. I don't think that's a 4-week suspension and vacation for the crew chief or anybody involved. Great job.
You still have a chance to win $5,000 of Clint's cash today. Play Fox Bet Super 6, scan the QR code, and enter your 6 picks into the Stage 2 contest for your free chance to win. Over $140,000 has been given away so far. Download the Fox Bet Super 6 app and play for free.
140,000? It sounds way worse when you say it like that. But man, I'm telling you, free to play, jump on.
It sounded a lot worse when it was our money, right, Rich?
Yeah. I'm glad it's his money.
It's not funny, Richard.
There's Darlington. There's the minnow pond. Turns 3 and 4, the tight end of the racetrack. They were originally turns 1 and 2. The back stretch was the front stretch, but they ran out of room to expand the track because of the highway behind it, and they flipped the track. So now they'll come off what is turn 4. Outside, there's the minnow pond, and they'll come onto the front straightaway, and we'll go back to green. Joey Logano, Kyle Larson.
And this duel continues with Logano and Larson. Logano is a benefactor of pit road. Let's see if he can take advantage of that preferred outside line. Big time jump. Say yes.
And here comes Kyle Busch on the outside, and Larson can't close him off.
3 wide.
3 wide, turn 2.
Somebody's gonna have to lift. It wasn't the 5.
Martin Truex had a chance. Now he dives into turn 3 and takes over third. 3 wide off turn 4.
Pretty good slide job up the hill, but he was not clear. His teammate Kyle Busch gets back around him.
Tyler Reddick trying the bottom against Christopher Bell. That didn't work. Ryan Blaney got by on the outside. And now Ross Chastain trying on the 1.
By 2.
Reddick back to work on the bottom. This time against William Byron. Bubba Wallace right behind. Might not be room for Reddick to squeeze up. No, not in front of Eric Jones, who goes by on the outside. And Reddick shoves it into turn 3 on the bottom.
Reddick's got him a good car. Good hot rod tonight. Making some moves down on the bottom. Been on the outside. Tells me he's got a lot of grip in that 8 car.
Jones prevails on the outside. Takes that 10th spot. 4th place, Ryan Blaney. Had a look underneath Martin Truex in turn 2.
Such a hard thing to manage these runs, Richard. You got to be fast and hold your own. Hold your, guard your position on the front side of this, but all in the back of your mind, you've got to take care of these tires so they're good all the way through the course of these runs.
Yeah, just the first 3 or 4 laps, or anytime you got to say, okay, these tires got to last 40, 50 laps. I can use them up now, or I can use them up the whole 40 or 50. So even though somebody outruns you to begin with, don't worry about it. He'll catch up later
such a
on.
hard thing to tell yourself, though, right? The racer is like, no way he's going to pass me.
You don't want nobody by you, that's for sure.
Have to race this racetrack. One of the only ones on the circuit that is that way.
Now on that caution flag, B.J. McLeod had just been lapped by the leader, so he got the free pass, and Brad Keselowski is still 1 lap down. On pit road, Kurt Busch had difficulty. No penalty on that stop, but what happened, Jamie?
And it was a great job by the 45 crew. Last week what happened with Denny Hamlin's crew? They didn't get the lug nut in there. They lost the wheel, and they get the penalty. Well, here, this time up, this is the Joe Gibbs team right here. They were heads up. They knew there was a problem. They flagged their driver. He was able to stop, and they lost the wheel in the pit box. Great heads up, and something they learned last week.
And he stayed on the lead lap with no penalty after that stop.
Hey, if it hadn't have been for Jamie and going over there to Gibbs and doing that special that she did with those pit crew guys, you may have not have seen those guys in that heads-up call. Everybody, all eyes were on that 11 car last week and the trouble that they put themselves in with that bad pit stop. Nobody on pit road wants to be the ones that make that mistake again. Let me tell you something. This 5 car and the 18 of Kyle Busch, they came to play. They're putting a lot more heat on that 22 than the 22 could put on him when he had that clean air. I like this battle. It's going to only heat up as these laps wind down. Look at the different lines in 3 and 4. Everybody's trying to get out of that wake in front of them. You see that 5 car diamond up off the corner. You see the 18 rim riding that wall all the way up off.
Larry Mack?
Well, I've been watching Ross Chastain, what we pretty much knows about the hottest driver and team on the circuit right now. And over the last few laps, he has been faster than Logano and Larson sitting back there in that 6th spot.
Richard, you've been an owner, you've been a driver, you've been a part of this sport pretty much since its inception. Tell me what your thoughts are on Trackhouse and the job they're doing, being a benefactor of this new car, coming into such a challenging sport where all you guys have had a stronghold on the ownership side of this, being in victory lane, on their 2nd year.
Well, it was a perfect time to come in because everything we've been doing for 70 years they threw away. Okay, and it worked out good when me and Jim got together, made our team stronger. So their team is starting out. They started with the used team also with it, and they were able to take it with a new car and new ideas and stuff. So it's worked out really good for them.
2nd place.
There it was.
Kyle Larson had to lift, and Kyle Busch got a run.
100%. That's exactly what it was.
It's all momentum, buddy.
Yeah, he got up close to that 22 car, tried to make a move off the 2, slipped up, checked up, and that momentum was lost. And so is his position, 18 in 2nd place.
Now here's a look at it. Watch the 5.
Gets in there, right up on, and gets in the wake. And look, loses the nose of that car. You saw the flames come out, big time lift. Huge run by the 18. The rest is history.
Now just before that, here's Joey Logano's spotter, Coleman Presley.
Turn 1 now. He's about a headlight higher radius off of 2, and that run carries down the back. 3 back. You're getting in harder than him now. Into 3. He's backing up to try to do that turn down. Not quite to the hash marks, but about a tire width off of it. Biggest gain for him now is probably off of 2.
Listen to all that information. It's so valuable to have a spotter not only up there just telling you the obvious, clear inside, outside. It has evolved into so much more. Those things right there. Joey's going to make those adjustments and keep those guys behind him.
Coleman and Joey Logano and Ryan Blaney were on the car in the wall, turn 2, and it's Clint Boyer's car. J.J. Yaley wearing the Clint Boyer
Wait
paint
a minute.
scheme.
Why did we have to be Clint Boyer's car? It's
How'd you do that?
Yeah, it was like it was expected that car was in the wall. But let me tell you, I want to say thank you for doing that. Not them getting in the wall, JJ, but fun years of my life and my career within that paint scheme in 2012. And hey, they'll get some tires on that thing. Hopefully it didn't bend the toe link. We'll see how hard he hit here.
No caution for J.J. Yaley.
Oh, he hit pretty hard, boys.
Right of your screen, yep. And he is on pit road, and we stay green. Here's one more look at it.
I think there was a failure there. A tire went down or something. That car took a hard right into the wall.
Richard, when this track opened and Herschel McGriff ran the first Southern 500, you were playing in the infield, 12 years old.
No, I wasn't in the infield.
No? What were you doing?
We was behind the pit wall.
Oh, okay.
We wasn't supposed to be in the pits for 12 years old, but
you were.
We slipped in anyway.
He was a penny.
4th place, Chastain and Truex. What was it like getting to congratulate Herschel McGriff on his Hall of Fame election this year as we show you the replay between Martin Truex and Ross Chastain?
Hold on to it. Martin Truex Jr. got way loose, been out of shape.
Yep.
That was great. We was at one of the parks out in Arizona somewhere, and his daughter was with him, and the daughter was watching TV and come out jumping in the hall and said, he's made the Hall of Fame. And so there was 250 people there got to congratulate him.
Oh, that's wonderful.
On being he wasn't at home, and so it worked out really good for him.
Kirk Shelmerdine, who won 4 championships as crew chief for Dale Earnhardt. Matt Kenseth, who won a Cup championship, and Bridal Veil, Oregon's Herschel McGriff, who is on the charity ride last week at age 94. How about that?
He'll be 95 in October.
Awesome.
Unbelievable. He jumps on that thing and goes right along, baby.
And I told you got 10 more years to ride that thing, huh?
I got at least 10 more years. I'm
38 to go.
him to come back again next year, too.
38 to go in stage 1. Joey Logano holding court in Darlington.
All you wanna do
We're under caution for Kyle Larson, but pit road's open. Jamie.
Ryan Blaney in the 12 says he has no front turn. Can't build a run there. And the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. Better that run, just needs a little bit more front grip. Regan.
Ross Chastain's trying to managing a tight condition in that race car right now with the 18 Kyle Busch is worried about the right side of that race car that maybe he made some contact, and the 22 Joey Logano pretty good, tight to fire off with that race car. Not really sure what they would change right now.
There's your Ram race off pit road. Joey Logano, Kyle Busch, Ross Chastain hold position. It was Larson who brought off the caution in turn 4. Let's go all the way back a lap. He was in third, battling Kyle Busch. Here's a look.
Yes, he was. You saw the run that he got on Kyle off of 4. Now they're door to door. Now we're going in. Kyle did not give up this position easy. Tried to make it a slide job there. Wasn't clear. Kyle held him really strong on the outside, bumping actually on both sides. Get off at 2, still door to door. And now a little bit of frustration sets in. Drives off into the corner just a little bit too hard. Right in the middle of the racetrack. Gets loose underneath of him, trying to stay off of the 18 and spins out. Costly mistake, losing a lot of track position and those tires as well. I'm telling you, tires are going to be a problem. These cautions, these early cautions start coming into play. These crew chiefs. Oh, Larry, you getting nervous on the box now?
I was nervous before the green flag about sets of tires.
Let's ride with Ross Chastain. Our Tootsie's on board camera.
Just got in too hard, right?
Awesome.
Yeah, trying to stay off the 18.
I just sucked him around.
And here's the 5 team.
Was that a downshift or was that a weird arrow thing?
That was just him on my door, I think.
Yeah, 2 good points too. As crew chief Cliff Daniels, you heard him ask a downshift, and you know, when we started talking about shifting, utilizing that downshift to help slow you down can promote that car getting loose underneath of him. But I think he just got in the corner pretty hard and it was trying to stay off the door of Kyle Busch and spun out.
Jamie?
That's exactly right. And Kyle Larson is so happy with his car. He told the team, we're good. I felt really good right there. When he came in, they've just put tires on, no adjustments. And there's a flap, you guys, in that rear diffuser that comes down to keep that car from going airborne. They had to reset that. Now he's back a little bit, but he said, don't worry, this car passes. We're going to be just fine.
I like the optimism, but it makes me nervous, guys. Hard to pass. A lot of cars to pass. You see the 4, the 9 of Chase Elliott, the 11 of Denny Hamlin. The 11's probably prevailing better than the 4 and the 9, but it's been a haul. These guys are having trouble in that dirty air back there.
Here's some Kyle Larson audio.
I think at this point it's going to be trying to put the guys that you're trying to pass in an awkward situation to make them have to bail without putting yourself in an awkward situation. Way easier said than done.
Yeah,
quite.
That awkward situation is exactly how he was trying to pass the 18, trying to push it in there hard on the inside, and it didn't work. But he'll get back up there. Just gonna long race, right? You got to stay in it, keep racing this racetrack.
Got plenty of time to catch up, and as good as the car's running, he's got a good chance to get back up there.
Larson will be next to last on the lead lap. Now that caution was a break for Brad Keselowski. He got the free pass.
Made his lap up.
And got back on the lead lap. Rich, before aerodynamics became so important in NASCAR, did this track race like this?
It's just a completely different deal. I mean, like I tell them before, 70 years we run one kind of car. All of a sudden you got a completely different kind of car, and 2/3 of the drivers have never driven anything like that. I mean, all the drivers never driven a car like this, so it's new to everybody.
Okay.
But that's what makes a good race car driver, right? Adapting to the situations, no matter what they are.
Being able to adapt to the car, but being able to adapt to the racetrack during the change of the racetrack. A lot of people run good to begin with, can't run good at last, so
You hear these guys talking about tight, you know, and I can't help but to think that it has to do a lot with this cloud cover. Very cool compared to what it was when they practiced yesterday. Probably 25 degrees cooler as well.
Made the track a lot quicker than it would have been. They would have been sliding around if it was slick. It was hot out there.
I was hoping it was going to be hot and slick and sunny.
32 to go in stage one. Logano and Kyle Busch on the front row for this restart. And Joey gets the jump.
Still there, no pressure behind you and him.
Woo! Man, that car got loose. You heard him bail out of the gas and grab a handful of wheel. That was
still down there on the
really, really close. Both of those drivers fighting for this position. They know how important that clean air is.
Single file behind them, but side by side for the lead.
Oh, did you see the flames come out of Joey's pipes? He got tight, had to bail out of the gas.
Still there, a little further ahead.
I mean, going for it right there. 18's got to be careful not to do the exact same thing that the 5 did to him. Don't drive that thing off in there, get loose under him and spin this thing out.
Still even at the line.
Joey's having trouble with a tight race car. I think the 18 might get him.
Ooh.
Oh, might get him if you just knock him out of the way, huh?
He took the racetrack from him, didn't he?
Don't look now, but I think this one car's coming as well. Ross Chastain.
Yeah, Chastain and Truex showing good speed. William Byron in the top 5 now. And Christopher Bell right there in 4th. Let's see who got a piece of the safer barrier here. Yeah, that was Chastain.
Every time, Richard, every time I talk about a car out there doing good, it's like I jinx them. I don't like this part of it.
Don't talk about my cars.
But I think he got a little help. He had Truex up against him on the inside, pushing him into the wall off of 2.
Denny Hamlin into the top 10. Nice rebound. Tyler Reddick inside Daniel Suarez. That's for 8th place. So Denny Hamlin has made quite a march up into the top 10, Larry.
Yes, he has, and that leads me right to our Subway right combination. He has 4 Darlington Cup wins, including our last trip here back last September. That's the most of all active drivers. 4 top 5s at Darlington in the last 5 races, 8 top 10s in the last 10. Mike, he has led a total of 744 laps at Darlington in 13 of his last 18 races. Remember, started at the rear, up inside the top 10. I know his pit crew had problems last week, but the first 2 stops, a 10-4 and an 11-07, that could be the Subway right combination for Denny and this 11 team to make their 5th trip to victory lane at Darlington.
I think you're exactly right.
Hamlin up to 9th and wearing the 2016 Daytona 500 winning paint scheme.
You give me a slick racetrack and I'll give you a driver in Denny Hamlin. He can take care of tires better than about anybody I've ever raced against, and I think that's a big reason why he has so much success on this slick Darlington Speedway.
That was Toyota's first Daytona 500 win. Hamlin in 2016.
I think he's going to be a threat to this thing. Obviously getting up through the field in that dirty air better than about anybody out there.
Kyle Busch has 1 victory here. It came in 2008. He has won 53 Cup races since that victory. All right, how about if I talk about the 43 and I won't let Clint do it?
Okay, that'll be okay.
All right, Eric is 7th. Regan
Well, Mike, it's been a steady progression forward for Eric Jones after that early incident off of turn 2 where he jumped a little bit sideways and lost positions. That race car right now, they've been making good adjustments, getting it to turn better for him. He's getting happier each run with that race car. Crew Chief Dave Allen said that one of their biggest assets was his ability to diagnose a car quick so they can adjust it. Compared him to Hall of Famer Mark Martin, as a matter of fact, a guy who he's also worked with in the past.
All right, there's Eric's focus factor onboard camera as he closes right up on Martin Truex. Tyler Reddick right behind in 8th place. Denny Hamlin in 9th. Bubba Wallace rounds out the top 10.
Good run for Bubba. Nice, smooth top 10 weekend would be big for him and his team.
And behind Bubba, Daniel Suarez in the 11th spot. Still 35 cars on the lead lap. Only J.J. Yaley lapped down after a green flag pit stop. How about that visor cam? Daniel Suarez wears it more than anybody. We certainly invite anybody who would like to, but I think that's about as real as we can make it.
How about a rear view camera? Did you ever think you'd have a rear view camera?
Hey, don't look back if I'm regaining, guys.
That's right. I wouldn't want to look back and see the king coming at you with a big grin on his face. What was your favorite racetrack?
Any of them I could win on.
Well, come on, Rich. That's most all
of them.
All right, 71 laps complete, 19 to the end of the stage. So we're going to take you Fox side by side and get ready for the end of stage 1.
For great views, go to Kansas. For unforgettable views, go to Kansas Speedway. With a premier facility that gives fans what they want, how they want to see it.
We're racing in Kansas. Home sweet home.
And with a Saturday doubleheader and a Sunday Cup Series race, the views will get better all weekend long. Get your tickets today at kansasspeedway.com.
Why don't you do cool spins?
People need to read it.
I can't read it.
It's because you're like 4.
It's not half.
Switch to Progressive and you can save hundreds. You know, like the sign says.
Ooh. Call Logano. Hey, Joey, you can save money if you fill up at Shell if you use Advanced Auto Parts Speed Perks.
Dude, I'm way ahead of you.
You saved at the pump?
Yeah, I saved at the pump.
The pump?
The pump.
He saved at the pump!
Woo!
Now you can save at the pump when you shop at Advance Auto Parts. Learn more at advanceautoparts.com/gas rewards.
Now, it's my turn.
You really can't get much for $5 these days, unless...
Is that a real song?
I think she liked it.
Your choice of sandwich plus all this for just $5 is worth celebrating. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Piggy Bag.
It's cold and it's smooth and it's waiting for you. Come on, head for the mountains of Busch Light Beer.
Saturday on FS1, it's time for Machado and the Padres. It's time for Acuna Jr. and the Braves. 'Cause this is my Saturday at 4 Eastern on FS1.
To go to the end of stage 1. I found this in my son's closet from Richard's Fan Appreciation Tour, his final year as a Cup driver, and all of the sponsors got a piece, and Richard was kind enough to sign it, so we'll find a charity to auction that off for.
Thank you.
Which is the best autograph in all of sport.
Absolutely.
Without a doubt.
You can almost read it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very legible.
It's
absolutely. Kyle Busch is your leader. He is 0.4 of a second up on Joey Logano. And Ross Chastain's trying to get there.
Yes, sir. I like that option of being able to shift down in 3 and 4. I can't tell you on these long runs how many times you get bogged down, right? It's such a more tight radius around 3 and 4 than it is in 1 and 2. You get down there with a whole head of steam down the back straightaway, hard on the brakes, and then you get down to that tight corner, and man, that thing is just lugging off the corner.
I was always so busy holding on to the steering wheel, I didn't have time to change gears.
It's so true, though. Yeah.
BJ McLeod moves aside. He goes 1 lap down.
Oh, finally got him
for the lead.
That's how you make a move.
Back to Chastain, still there.
Got him loose. I think the tires are going away for Kyle Busch. I think the one, so big time slide job. Be careful, Joey Logano. Don't slide up and hit that wall. Here comes the one of Ross Chastain. Can he clear him? I think he does. Yeah. The race is on.
And just like that, Logano's Mustang's back to the lead with Chastain's Camaro moving up to second.
Look at the line that Chastain's running. Way down on the apron, getting into 1.
Regan.
Mike Clint's exactly right. About 2 laps ago, Kyle Busch came on the radio, said this race car is trending looser this run. Sure enough, then he got past a couple laps after that.
He's got to hang on for 10 more.
And with these cars, when they get loose and get sideways, they are out from underneath of you in a heartbeat. I don't think any of these guys want to be on the loose side. You need to be a little bit snug, Richard.
Yeah, these cars don't seem to have a lot of side bite. You know, when you get in the corner, cars are kind of naturally a little bit loose, a little bit freer than what they should be.
Here is 8th place, Denny Hamlin on Tyler Reddick. And Hamlin looks like he has been searching for a line that he likes at either end of the racetrack. Slow car off 2 may have caught a piece of the wall, and that's the 17 of Chris Buescher. Might have got up into the wall off turn 2. Let's see. We stay green. Alex Bowman underneath. Yep.
That's not a Darlington stripe.
Yeah, that's a little kiss, though. I think, again, takes you back to these cars. These cars are tough. That composite body, that would have for sure been a flat right rear tire a year ago.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, if you're going to talk tough, this Chastain just simply won't go away this year.
Nope.
Been fast each and every week. This is a good racetrack for him, but look at the difference in the lines that he's running, especially in 1 and 2. I think, Richard, we're finally getting some rubber put down on that racetrack, moving down and getting out of that rubber, looking for a better grip.
Well, I think the cars that's running high is a little bit freer coming off the corner. The cars are sticking better low. The momentum of the outside line's been beating them. Now it's coming being pretty even now.
Absolutely, but I'm telling you, that rubber getting built up on that racetrack, it gets slick up there. You can't run in that. You see where Joey's up there? Chastain's down in the gray part of the racetrack finding grip, but your angle, once you get off of turn 2, you're angled wrong. Hard to keep the throttle down and the momentum down the backstretch, like you just said, King, and Joey Logano having that preferred line on the outside. Look how he takes off across the middle, got on the throttle.
See, they've slowed down about a second from what they started with new tires.
Babies are wore out, aren't they?
Yeah, all of them are.
5 to go in stage 1.
Once again, you hear how early they get on the throttle, driving through 1 and 2 on the gas. That's where you got to be careful. You see Joey Logano coming across. As he crosses that wake, just like with the 5 car and some others, you get into that wake, and it's such a concentrated wake behind the diffuser of these cars that you could lose the nose or get loose, wreck your car in the wake of the front in front of you. Got to be careful. That's what I'm talking about. You see how he had to lift out of the gas. He was right in the wake of Logano in front of him.
Teammates battling for 3rd. Here comes Christopher Bell.
Yeah, I think Kyle Busch has had enough. He's, trying to just fend off do as good as he can, keeping this car underneath of him, wanting this stage to end as quick as possible.
William Byron got into the wall in practice. had to make some cosmetic fixes to his car, not enough to have to drop to the rear.
Now we're talking just a decal, right?
Yep.
Put a new exalted decal on the side of that thing, but I'm telling you, it was a pretty hard contact. I was surprised that it didn't bend that rear toe link.
Jamie?
Yeah, Rudy Fugel, his crew chief, was very relieved at that. He joked with me this morning and he said, we've already got our Darlington stripes, so we're good for the whole race. And so far, the car has been pretty good. They made some good adjustments on the last stop, but he did say he's starting to get a bit too hot, so they'll be happy to see this caution fly.
All right, 2 to go in the stage. Kyle Larson, nice comeback. He's up into the top 15 after bringing out the caution at lap 55.
I'm telling you, that 18 is holding on. Barely holding on. Here he comes off the 2. I was watching him last lap get in a 3. I'm talking loose, loose, loose.
1 to go in the stage. Truex holds off Byron. Logano trying to win this stage over Ross Chastain.
2.5 small bow.
You had to back off of it.
Still clear, all the way to the apron by 2. Gonna gain some mode here. 1. Green checkered, nice win.
Joey Logano gets his first stage win this year and his first ever at Darlington. From Chastain, Bell, Kyle Busch, and Truex, Byron, Hamlin, Jones, Reddick, and Wallace. Joey Logano, stage 1 winner. All right, we're at the end of stage 1. There's the Goodyear blimp, and let's go back to the last lap of stage 1 here. Watch the 43.
Absolutely. Watch the 11. 11 dive bombs into the 43, puts him in a pretty vulnerable spot. Man, Richard, I think he got into the 43. Put a scratch on your car.
I might have to have a little talk to him, okay? But it's a long race. It's, you know, this is his first segment of it.
Right here he comes.
We're in good shape.
Runs him up into the wall high.
Skint my race car.
He did. I've had one of those talks with you. You think that stiff finger right in your chest.
That's right.
Man, it hurts.
All right, you'll be all right.
All right, pit road will be open this time. Joey Logano will lead them in. Here's Jamie.
And the 19, Martin Truex Jr. said the left front is dragging a bit, so it feels like he just can't point it in the corner like he wants to. He's been tight. They tried to free him up a little bit, but they need to go bigger on that adjustment. The 24 of William Byron in as well. He said he just gets a little bit free on the long run. They said take care of the tires earlier in the run, and that should help with that freeness. Regan.
The 1 car, Ross Chastain, fired off that run tighter, but it didn't build as loose, so he liked that part of it. The 20 car, Christopher Bell, he got loose on the long run, but said the car's not too bad early, doesn't want a lot of changes. The 18 of Kyle Busch, we showed it, very loose with that race car at the end of that run, needs help there. And the 22 of Joey Logano, loose into 3, but tight through the middle of 3 and 4.
Close, but Logano wins the race off pit road. Kyle Busch picks up 2 positions. Christopher Bell drops 5 on this one. Richard, it's been an absolute honor to have you join us for the first stage here.
Been kind of weird looking at the race from up here.
Why?
Well, listen to y'all and then me trying to watch the race and you tell me what's happening and I don't see the same thing you do.
Yes, he does. And let me tell you something.
I hope that's a compliment.
He was up there saying, man, he was watching the race out the window, watching them lap times. Once a racer, always a racer. I'm telling you, it's all about their lap times on a track like this, isn't it?
And especially here, all the tracks now, it's momentum.
I wish you could have
keep that momentum.
I wish you could have seen when that 11 got into that 43. He was like, oh boy, I'm telling you what.
All right, Richard Petty, thanks for joining us. Stage 2 on the way here at Darlington.
Thank you, guys. I enjoyed it.
Bobby Labonte, NASCAR Busch Series champion.
Look at that. Look at that.
And NASCAR Cup Series champion. And NASCAR Hall of Famer. And live with us here in our booth as we get ready to start Stage 2.
Yeah, I know it.
You're rocking the championship gear.
Yeah, won that race here back in 2000. Got this.
2000 was a pretty good year for you.
2000
right?
was a great year for me. I'm telling you.
I would say.
Darlington was good. That was a good finish for me. Victory lane. Yep.
Hey, we're down to business, man. Musical chairs. I love this. From the king to the champ. Let's call this race, Bobby.
Let's go.
Here they come to the Geico restart zone with Joey Logano and Kyle Busch restarting on the front row. Logano is just a rocket on restarts today.
Yeah, that outside line is preferred on that start.
Whoa, you want to talk about close. That's as close as it gets off of 2. Ross Chastain big time sideways. It's like that car bottomed out, Bobby, when it did. Man, it got loose.
Yeah, obviously, you know, they got about a second drop off on old tires, but new tires getting that travel down, coming off of turn 2, hitting that bump. You probably won't see it after a couple laps here.
Yeah, that low air pressure. I think exactly right.
William Byron downstairs for 4th.
You know, you heard Joey Logano make those comments about his tight race car. That helps him on those restarts. But it's also the reason why he's holding them elbows hard and fending off that position. He knows if he gives up that point, that dirty air behind him will only make that tight condition worse.
Yeah.
Let's go back to that save.
Watch, as soon as this car comes off at 2, it hits that putt. See it. As soon as it hit that spot, that where the patch got off, it unloaded. Listen, you probably hear it.
Yeah, and for sure, you know, obviously, you know, we just saw it there, and was he up? Now he waved to Kyle and said, "Thanks for not wrecking me."
Yeah,
right there, you know?
and you're right. I was out of control right there.
Just scared Kyle.
Telling you, this car is bad fast.
Yeah. It's really impressive, obviously, all year long, that what he's been able to do. And he comes here and it's like, you know, I'm just going to continue on running my, like I have all year, just up front.
Good race track for him, too.
Yeah.
Ran really well here in the Xfinity truck win. Truly has been the breakout season that he's been looking for. And quite honestly, I'm done, you know, writing him off thinking, next weekend, just wait till next weekend.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, next weekend, I've seen enough.
Yeah, I think they really only have had 1, maybe 2 races where they weren't quite as competitive, but we all know how many top 5s he's got with the 2 wins, and you know, week in and week out, he's impressive. The whole Trackhouse team has been doing that, so it's really cool to see this as a breakout year.
Everybody's had those weekends, you know, 1 or 2. I'm telling you, consistently running up in the top 5, nobody done it more than a 1 car.
Let's have a look at today's Toyota top performers. Early in stage 2, and we don't have to look far down the list with Kyle Busch, Martin Truex 3rd and 4th, Hamlin, Bell, and Wallace 7, 8, 9.
As Hamlin continues to impress, he will be a threat by the end of this race. Yeah, on the long run, good on a short run.
Yeah, now obviously we're looking at all the Toyotas. I was over there watching this race, and I'm thinking, you know, all these guys are running good. If Kurt Busch hadn't had that problem on pit road, you're liable to see, you know, 6 of them in the top 11. So obviously every one of these guys are running good. Kyle Busch is the fastest, but yet at the end of the day, who knows who will be up front.
Speaking of top 11, in 11th place is Kyle Larson. He continues his march back to the front after spinning and bringing out a caution at lap 55. Well, Larry Mack, we got 1 stage under our belt.
Well, what that means, Mike, we have almost 2 full stages to run and 191 laps, and I've already used 4 sets of those sticker tires. To Clint's point earlier, we just don't need cautions coming every 20 or 25 or 30 laps, because if it does, you've got to come get tires, but we want to make sure we've got some for the end. So that's the biggest thing I'm monitoring, Mike.
Well, of course you are. You wanted it the easy way. You're not going to get it so easy. You know the cautions are going to come in. It's going to be a difficult decision.
Yeah. But it's because you're going to be screaming you wanting tires every time the caution comes out.
But Larry, let's lay that out. If you end up late in this race and you have to bolt a set of worn tires on there, how much a lap do you give up?
Yeah, if you put tires on there, Mike, that's been used, I mean, it's almost like putting nothing on there. You need those sticker tires.
I would want sticker tires. Would you? I mean, you got to manage your tires throughout this race. You know what you have left at this point in time. If caution comes out right now, you know that, well, somebody's figuring out how many laps are left. So, you really just got to manage it and hope that, cautions don't come out too frequently.
Well, that's why when we all saw that 6-car around, needing tires so early in the race, it's like, uh-oh. Yeah. That is definitely a bad scenario. He needs these runs to go long, just like Larry's talking about.
Yeah, and I think, for me, you have the crew chiefs, you have the engineers, you're figuring that out. As a driver, you're just out there, you're minding your P's and Q's. You're not trying to wear the tires out. You can't help if a caution comes out if it's not you, but you also got to tell them, say, hey, I think we're good for a run. Maybe we're good for a little bit more. See where the cautions fall, if they fall.
Well, since Clint stopped talking about Richard Petty's car, Eric Jones is up to 5th there.
Hey,
William Byron
won this race in 2019. Always running up front in the top 10. Very solid. His best racetrack by far. Does not surprise me a bit to see the 43 car running in the top 5.
Now, I will have to say, I was listening to the King a while ago, and he said really nobody else got a Darlington stripe, but when I drove for him and I hit the wall, that's a Darlington stripe. I don't know what he was thinking then to now, but obviously Eric's doing a great job. Obviously, I mean, really, really fast. Runs good here. Good track for him.
I'll say I'm doing my calculate now. Based on going back racing at lap 96, I have enough tires to give you a sticker set every 28 to 30 laps, but that's depending on how the cautions fall.
That's good. No, I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's better than I expected.
Yeah, I'll take those every 30 laps. I'll take stickers if it works out that way.
Well, again, that's the math that all those crew chiefs on those boxes are keeping track of, right? We heard Alan Gustafson talk about that last week, how many laps that they needed to run per run, and they finally found that consistency and got to the end of that race and won.
You saw Chase Elliott move up into the top 15. Kevin Harvick in 14th. Joey Logano has now led 57 laps. He leads Ross Chastain by 0.2 of a second. 113 laps complete. Joey Logano leading Ross Chastain by 0.7 of a second. A couple of laps ago, Kyle Larson came off turn 2, slowed down the back straightaway, and came to pit road. Jamie.
And remember, he had restarted 34th, worked his way all the way up to the top 10, and all of a sudden he dropped out. He said, guys, I think I'm blowing up, and now he's in the pit box, and it died, and he cannot get it to refire.
All right, let's go back to his spin.
Yeah, I want to go back to this spin and see if he spun these wheels backwards. You can roll these engines, when you spin, if they roll backwards, it can actually turn the engine over backwards and hurt and do damage to it. I'm not saying that that's what happened, but we've seen it before, and you see that car rolling backwards. If he didn't have it didn't do it for long, though. I don't know.
But, like you said, we talked about was the transmission, obviously, with a sequential shift. Before we just knock it out of gear, right? You just put it in neutral and let it roll back. But going through the gears, banging back to neutral, I mean, how hard is that to get to have that?
I think very hard, but it definitely rolled backwards.
We don't know if he had the clutch in or not.
Right. There's a lot of what ifs right there, just trying to add a little bit there. What could have happened for sure, something. But nonetheless, that car is out of the race. Unfortunate, because it was one of the fastest cars we had this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, he's so good here. I mean, we saw where Hendrick has not won a race here. I thought for sure he had the car to beat till he spun, and so he ends 3 races here being second. I mean, it's a tough day for him.
But unfortunately, a lesson learned, right?
Yeah.
Pushing that envelope a little too soon, trying to make that pass. I know it's for the win. You need to go for it, but this is a long race, and we all know attrition plays a huge part of this race.
Rookie Austin Cindric has dropped 8 spots since the restart. Alex Bowman going by
like this
for 22nd.
Yeah.
And Kyle Busch, we questioned whether Kyle might have run the car so hard in the opening 20-25 laps that he paid the price at the end of the run. Regan, what those tires look like?
Mike, the tires that came off the 18 car, they were worn out, but they were worn evenly across the tire. Maybe the right rear just a little bit more than the other 3 tires. Otherwise, they look good, though. This tire holding up pretty nicely today and just slowing down as the runs go on. Kyle did ask the team about his pace at the start of the run compared to earlier in the race when Joey Logano was leading. They updated him. His pace was quicker. I believe Kyle's in that car managing his pace right now, so it doesn't fall off too far at the back end of this run.
30.78, 30.75 for Kyle Busch, and that is within a couple of tenths of what the quickest cars are right now. Jamie?
And Ryan Blaney's gone backwards just a bit. Started this race 7th. Now he's back in 12th. He's reporting a vibration right now, and he feels it through the steering wheel. He's not sure if it's coming from the tires or elsewhere. We've heard that earlier today, too. Martin Truex Jr., same problem. They found out it wasn't a wheel, it was the brakes. So these guys are trying to diagnose what they have, but don't want to bring it in if it's not a wheel.
Thanks, Jamie. Ryan Blaney in 12th position.
Definitely a track that you use a lot of brakes getting into 3, even a downshift. That aids that a little bit where you're not so hard on them, but the brakes, what I'm getting at, cool down a lot all through the course of a lap, and then you get to that 3 where you're hard on them. That could be that vibration.
Yeah, it could be. Obviously, you don't use...
Look at this pass for the lead.
Yep. Oh, no.
Not yet.
Chastain had a chance, got right up to the rear bumper, looking to the inside, but not that time. Here he goes again.
One thing I think about Ross, when I watch him race, he never lets a moment go by on a competitor to give him a break, to say, you know, back a long time ago, we'd say, well, you know, we're going to race right here for a while, a little bit. I'll give you a shot. But right now, Ross is the type of guy that goes in there every lap. He's ducking low. He's going high. He's doing things.
But I also believe, that's such a great point, I believe that there's a pocket, if you will. When you get to those cars, there's an opportunity window. And as you catch them, if you don't take that opportunity, you get stalled out. And then you're just literally stalled out behind them and don't get to their bumper like you thought you could.
But, Bobby, we talked about this since last week's finish, where Ross Chastain and Martin Truex had words in the garage area after the race, because on the last lap, Chastain slid right up in front of Martin, who had a run, and it was one of those, I'm not going to give you an inch.
Yeah.
When does that catch up with you?
Well, it can, and I do think Ross is that type of guy where you know, he is in, as a driver in front, you look in and Ross is always somewhere trying to, you look at him in the mirror, he's always trying something. Last weekend he did that with Martin. You know, he's doing it today. He's out there racing. He's just an aggressive driver. There's nothing wrong with that. But as the driver etiquette goes, sometimes that might go a little bit more, rub people the wrong way. So I saw that last weekend.
But I think your final words of that question were the key words, last lap.
Yeah,
it was the last lap of that run. They were going for it. But I will also say this, the flip side of that, that'll come back to get you.
Yeah.
Sooner or later, you may wish you didn't do that, especially for 5th.
Chastain half a second off the lead, held by Joey Logano for 73 of 124 laps.
4, 3, 2.
.129 laps complete. Joey Logano out front. Ross Chastain 1.1 back as we come up over Ramsey's Minnow Pond to what is now turn 4 at Darlington and back onto the front straightaway. 55 to go in stage 2. Now Austin Cindric made a pit stop under green. Kyle Larson's car has been pushed to the garage area, and in case we neglected to mention, Austin Dillon had a speeding penalty leaving the pits on the stop at the end of stage 1. Had to restart out back. Kyle Larson climbing out, and our unofficial Darlington stripe count 17 of cars getting up and into the wall near corner exit.
Just look at that wall.
Larry Mack, what's the impact of this?
Well, we've heard Clint mention the word rear toe length several times, so let's go to our Ford Performance Cutaway car and let's see exactly where the rear toe link is. Remember, this car this year has independent rear suspension, no longer that solid rear axle. So you have to have that rear toe length on each rear wheel, because that's what actually adjusts the toe on the rear, just like a mini tie rod. And this seems to be the most vulnerable piece on the car. It's what bends when you hit the wall.
Something has to be the weakest link. Fortunately, it's one that can be easily replaced. Regan.
Tyler Reddick hits pit road right now with the 8 car. That race car is firing off too tight in the runs, but as everybody is, he's going too free, too quick. Got a little bit worried about those tires, is why they're pitting right now at this moment.
Ryan Blaney exiting.
Yeah, a little problem on the stop there, Clint. I don't know if you saw that or not, but it seemed like it didn't take off very good.
And Martin Truex moves to second on Ross Chastain.
Well, you wonder why they're all pitting. That's just why.
Yeah.
Starting to slip and slide around on this racetrack, needing them fresh tires.
Yeah, you see a lot of guys hit pit road. You saw two of them earlier, but Denny Hamlin's in right now. And, Clint, when somebody goes out there and passes you, had tires on, you're going to be screaming on the radio saying, I got to have tires,
Yes,
so,
time.
hey, I got to pit right now.
Jamie.
Denny Hamlin back in the mix. Said he's loose in the center now. It's about the first time I think I've heard somebody say they're getting a little bit loose as they run. It'll be a 4-tire stop here. The boys got it done last stop. Gained him a couple spots already today on pit road. Regan.
Bubba Wallace in the 23 car. That race car right now too tight at the start. Needs a little bit of help on entry as well, but a very good day so far for Bubba.
Now these cars are losing a lap on green flag pit stops to Joey Logano. Jamie?
Last year's winner, Martin Truex Jr., been plugging along. Car's been pretty good. Had that vibration earlier, but hasn't said much about the car since then as the 48 brings it down pit road as well.
Joey Logano, Ross Chastain coming in. We're not quite to halfway. It'll take 4 more laps to get halfway of stage number 2. So I wouldn't call these stops premature, but when one comes in and starts running on fast on new tires, guess everybody's got to come.
Well, Austin Cindric forced that hand. He short pitted a little bit, forced the hand of all of them to pit a little bit sooner probably than they wanted to. But here they all are.
Yep. Regan.
Joey Logano in the 22 car continues to get a ton of information from spotter Coleman Presley on what's going on with the cars behind him, being told to run his race. Just said a couple laps ago the rear tires fell off. The one car, Ross Chastain, pretty happy he's been quiet on the radio in that race car.
Such a hard pit road to get on under green. Tires are completely slapped out.
Traffic jam at turn 4. A lot of cars trying to get to pit road at once. Jamie.
William Byron feels really good now. It's the most right rear grip he has had all day. And one thing is the crew chiefs did not want to run past about lap 35. So that is where you're seeing him pit now, Regan.
We talked about that 18 car continuing to manage the runs right now with the 18 car. As the run goes on, he did a much better job of it that time. And the 43 of Eric Jones said, don't mess with the back of this race car. I have very good grip right now. I need a little front turn, but the back is hooked up great in the racetrack.
Now Jones was the leader. You see him on the right side of your screen, coming in and surrendering the lead to Kevin Harvick on your left. Harvick, Cole Custer, Kurt Busch, Todd Gilliland, Landon Castle, Corey LaJoie, Martin Truex still out there. And now Harvick will make his run to pit road. LaJoie is in also, and Castle. Truex came in. Jamie?
And remember, Kevin Harvick had that issue yesterday in practice, actually didn't get to qualify. They had to repair the car. So he started this race 35th. You saw the chassis adjustment there, just needs more grip.
Cole Custer on pit road. He had assumed the lead. And that will complete the cycle of green flag stops, but for 4 cars down toward the tail end of a lead lap.
Great job by everybody coming on this pit road. Such a hard thing to do. Old tires, trying to slow that thing off, trying to stay out of the way of cars coming on and getting all your marks. Curved pit road, very challenging pit road.
Let's go to the garage and Jamie.
Well, Kyle Larson has crawled from the car. They are done for the day. The boys in the booth were saying when you spun, they wondered if that maybe had anything to do with what happened here.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking that also, because with these, you don't really want to lock the tires down because you get a flat and it really tears your car up. So I definitely rolled backwards some, but that was my concern with why we blew up. But they said that probably didn't have anything to do with it. So bummer. Our car was super good today, so that's promising. I feel like maybe we hit on something here this weekend, but yeah, hate that I'm not going to get the finish we deserve, but like I said, I'm proud of my team for the car they brought today.
Thanks, Kyle.
Thanks, Jamie. Now, the pit stops have really jumbled the running order because before pit stops, Joey Logano had a 1.6 second lead on Martin Truex. Truex is now 2.5 ahead of Logano. That's a swing of almost 5 seconds. And Logano had a 2.6 second lead on Ross Chastain. And Logano is now about 3/10 behind Chastain. So Truex the leader, who pitted at lap 135. Reddick, Chastain, Logano.
You know, you talk about that 5 car, you heard his optimism and the speed that he had in his car. Bummer day for today.
Yep.
But the first race of the playoffs, where does it start? Right here.
For sure.
Needs a fast car, and I think they have that. Got to think about big picture stuff when you have a bad day like this.
Yep.
Here is the pit comparison between Joey Logano and Martin Truex.
Yeah, obviously, you know, looks like Joey did his job really well. You know, Martin wasn't quite as good, but at the same time, the crew did it, and he got out totally better. So obviously, with Truex being out there up front, clean air.
So the difference had to be the in lap and/or the out lap.
For sure, you know. I mean, I think it could be. I mean, there's a lot of it going into it.
Second on the pit stop right there.
Right. But, you know, and it's so hard, like we talked about, Clint, you know, to pit with the old tires on. And the other guys are pitting at the same time, 4 laps later, 3 laps later, 2 laps earlier, you know, so it's a lot of different things. So,
But, I mean, you look over the driver column, and that's, in my opinion, that's where that is. Coming on and off the pit road, half a second faster goes to you know, to 1, and then the loss of a second on the pit stop itself, you're not going to overcome that.
So now that Joey Logano, the pole sitter, is no longer leading, let's have a look at Clint's stage 2 game. And where will Logano be at the end of stage 2? He is currently 4th. Still have time to play. Download the Fox Bet Super 6 app and play for free. All right, Kyle Busch currently in 6th place, 5 seconds back of the lead.
We were 3rd, so how many seconds and where? Coming to pit road. It was a short pit. Some guys came like 5 laps early. They're going to have a very long run at the end here. Reddick and Hamlin. We came on the opposite window. Shortest time. Not right now, being stuck in this.
I'm glad that cut off right there. Yeah. I will say that.
He caught
but
it. Yeah.
Hey, that's a valid point. You know what happened there? And again, that's why it's such a challenge calling this race on top of that box. They did come in early, and it's a hard pill to swallow as a driver. You see them ahead. Yeah. But just like that crew chief said, hang in there. They pitted earlier. There's going to be longer laps on their tires. Maybe we'll get back by them, and they'll pay the price on the backside of this run.
You race here long enough, Clint, you know that, you know, you're going to stop early sometimes, and drivers are not going to be there. And then on the other side of it, you know, you're going to hang out there, and the crew chief's going to be, come on, pit, you know, at this point in time. So you want to pit sometimes, and you don't get to.
So we're riding with Denny Hamlin in 5th. And looking closely at turn 2. Watch Daniel Suarez here.
Pretty high. Yeah. Way too high. That's a tight. Finally catches up and snaps loose.
And obviously we could see here with in-car, you know, he's coming off of turn 2, and it's like, you know, he's like, oh. That's a lot of input in that wheel back.
But did you see how the wheel went solid? A lot of turning left, then it went solid. That means those front tires really took off in a slide before they caught, and then around it came.
Truex the leader. Tyler Reddick, who was the first of the lead cars to pit, went from 10th to 2nd by pitting earlier than the other leaders. Vote for your favorite finalist in the 2022 NASCAR Advanced Auto Parts Weekly Series Advance My Track Challenge. Go to advancemytrack.com. That's Ryan Blaney. He was at Florence Speedway last night. Did you go over, Bobby?
I did not. Oh, I did not go.
The parade ran long?
Parade ran long. A little bit of rain, so stop there.
Well, our vote for best paint scheme of the year again goes to Corey LaJoie for this Marty Robbins short track throwback. Unfortunately, he threw it into the wall right there. And
big time damage, a lot of right front damage. You can see how high it is. I don't know if you'll see this awesome car.
Now, Marty Robbins was a part-time racer at the Nashville Fairgrounds in this car, and he ran a lot of cup races as well. In fact, he had 2 starts at Darlington and finished in the top 10 both times.
He may have been a part-time racer, but he was a full-time good time.
Yep.
And man, so many good stories Richard Childress has told me over the years of having him with a guitar out back at the old hotel.
God.
Neat to have that paint scheme on the track, but that I don't know if you can ever trust a triple-digit number. I always had a deal, man. If it's a triple-digit number on the racetrack, look out.
Gambling.
Bobby Labonte with us for Stage 2, NASCAR Hall of Famer, Cup champion, and Southern 500 winner. Doesn't get any better than that.
I mean, like I said earlier, I mean, that was a great year. 2000 was, obviously really, really great. We won this race here. We actually crashed our car in practice, and we had to qualify. We qualified 37th and made it up through there, and it got called by rain. I led 6 laps under caution because we beat everybody off pit road, as how important pit road is, and took the checker flag. Earnhardt beat my back bumper off. He was mad. He was like, "You came from 37th." So anyway, it was a great day for me, and to have a track that I broke both shoulder blades at and come back and win. Yep. So I kind of I felt a little bit rough, but yet at the same time, it's good to win here.
It's certainly a great day for me, having all you guys up here, including you as a champion of this sport. Pretty neat.
All right, let's go up to second place. Tyler Reddick right there. Regan.
Tyler Reddick had to pit a little bit earlier on that last stop than he wanted to because of vibration. Take a listen to what he just said on the radio about this run right now.
Did you guys confirm if it was rubber on the wheels causing vibration? I have it again. Yes, I believe that's what it is, Tyler. That's the only thing we saw. Can you spray WD-40 inside the wheels, or would they frown upon that? We tried that in the Kansas test. It made it worse. That's more than.
How about that? Rubber actually building up on the inside. I don't know. Was he waving the pit right there?
Yeah.
Coming in.
Yeah. I did see some rubber come off somebody's car.
So Reddick will give up second place to pit here unexpectedly.
Definitely a huge setback for them. It may have gotten worse. Felt like he needed to come in for whatever reason.
Haven't we heard a couple guys talk about, vibrations? So it could be something going on with the rubber buildup.
He would have been pretty bad to give up a second place spot.
Regan?
Mike, while we were talking about it, he came on the radio and said it was getting worse. You see the end result. He had to hit pit road. Couldn't deal with it any longer on the 8 car.
So Reddick will go a lap down, as you saw Truex and Chastain battling. Logano is close to within 1 second of this pair.
And they're starting to get into some lap traffic, which are side by side. Austin Dillon up there underneath. I think it's the 16.
Yeah.
Those are those moments that you need if you're Ross Chastain. You need to capitalize on that. If you're Martin Truex, you got to get through them as fast as you can. Don't give him that window. Don't get on the wake of somebody and have to check up. Give him the opportunity to pounce on you.
Truex went to the bottom, went up top, but that lane was filled by the 3 of Austin Dillon.
Yeah, and at this point in time, going into 3.
See that slip up by Martin Truex.
Yeah.
Now that gives Ross Chastain the opportunity to get up and get high. Watch this run that he gets.
And like I said earlier, or we talked about, is Dover the last lap come into your mind? Here these two guys are at it again.
Don't you think that guy in a 19 doesn't remember that?
Yeah.
One might be a little more gingerly with him in his past this week with that in mind.
Yeah. Clint, I always was told you better race the racetrack and not really race anybody else. And what we saw Kyle Larson do earlier, what we're watching these two guys do, I know they're just out there racing. They know they got 400 miles, but at the same time, if you race a little bit too hard, get that Darlington stripe, you don't know what it'll do damage to your car.
And I love that point that you just said right there. And if you're Chastain, just put enough pressure on him that he's having to push his car a little bit past its limits, wearing those tires out, because you know your long run strength and the grip level in your car is maybe a little bit superior than the leader right now.
So first and second on the left, third and fourth on the right, which is Logano and Hamlin. Just a couple of tenths apart. Chastain with a run here.
Slowly wearing him down.
Yeah.
Jamie?
Martin Truex Jr., when they unloaded for this race, he did not feel good after that 20-minute practice yesterday. But in qualifying, it was lights out. He was back to the way he felt. He was happy with the car as Ross Chastain goes inside. And by the way, Ross Chastain told me after the race last week they talked about going fishing. Pretty sure they didn't go fishing this week.
Yeah. Yeah, Ross made that move. I mean, you know, that's a, you know, that was, you know, got Martin a little bit loose there off of turn 2, or he got loose, and then, you know, made that move and cleared him, and, you know, kind of didn't have to do a slide job either. So that was probably good for him because he didn't have to risk anything. So he just got out front. Now he's got some clean air, even though he's in a lot of traffic. But now the 19 is sitting there.
Oh, Brad Keselowski.
Yeah, I saw the 18 on the ends outside had damage on his car as well. Big time damage on the left front. That car is done. That's exactly right, Bobby.
Looks like it's got a broken tie rod here. Yeah, we're done.
Oh, Keselowski, the whole right front suspension from 22nd spot. He had gone a lap down once again. Kyle Busch has dropped the window net, and let's see what happened here at lap 168.
Too high once again. I don't, maybe it right. Something come apart there.
Just got in the rubber, you know, rubber buildup.
Something, but it was definitely right in the lap of the 18. Nowhere to go. Yeah, you could tell something just changed directions, and looks like the right front was down. Blew the right front, got into the wall. Very unfortunate, obviously, for Brad in the 6, but man, to happen right in the lap of the 18 of Kyle Busch, nowhere for him to go at all.
And Kyle's car has stopped at the entrance to the garage area. Apparently that's as far as it's going. And Kyle has walked away to the garage area.
Yeah, he's I think he's done.
I tell you what,
it won't turn no more. I'm just going to walk off.
Well, I don't like that at all. He could have done a better job of getting that out of the way. Now it's in the way of the 24. Just got out and walked off. I know the frustration and I get it, but you got to do a little better job than that.
So now we will have to keep pit road closed until NASCAR can come out and move the 18.
That's what I meant.
It's been an eventful day here in Darlington. At lap 4, Corey LaJoie got into Denny Hamlin, and the backup caused Chase Elliott to get into Brad Keselowski, who spun. Then a competition caution at lap 30. Then at lap 55, Kyle Larson spun off turn number 4. May have damaged the engine because later he retired when the car stalled and would not refire.
I'd say they're going to go get him and make him go to the infield care center and add insult to injury. He's going to be
on a stretcher.
If he was mad then, he's going to be really mad now.
The first stage went to 90 laps. Joey Logano, the stage 1 winner over Ross Chastain, Christopher Bell, Kyle Busch, and Martin Truex. You just saw Joe Gibbs. He had 3 of the top 5 at the end of stage 1. Now, at lap 168, Brad Keselowski getting up and into the wall and then catching Kyle Busch, and that's where we are under caution. USFL action continues all next weekend on Fox. Saturday at 3 Eastern, the New Orleans Breakers take on the New Jersey Generals. And next Sunday at 4 Eastern, the Pittsburgh Maulers square off against the Houston Gamblers.
Have you noticed Birmingham is still undefeated? I told you leading into this thing, man, I'm telling you. Had a good eye on them, good feeling about them. And
you are the biggest fair weather fan I believe I've ever met in my life.
Oh, that wasn't my team?
No. They're not from Kansas City. They're from my city, Birmingham.
Maybe I was confused. I'm telling you, they're bad men, though. Undefeated. Tell you what's undefeated is this racetrack. Bobby, such a hard place to get around.
Yeah, and then, you know, I mean, you think about this, just tough track.
So they're going to hook up Kyle Busch. I want to tell you the story about this shirt because this is about the coolest thing I've ever got to do in racing. I asked John Wood to find, you know, a throwback shirt because the Wood Brothers is NASCAR's oldest team, and they came up with this. This was Clay Wood's shirt from the 1976 Daytona 500, which David Pearson won after he and Richard Petty crashed on the final turn of the final lap. I was standing right behind Leonard Wood when that happened. And checkered flag, David Pearson putters across the line, comes to pit road. Everybody standing in that pit went to victory lane. I just ran right with him. Awesome. And there I was standing right there. And
And they
Very
all
cool.
autographed it too, right?
All the Wood brothers have autographed the epaulets on this shirt. Very cool. Thanks to the Wood brothers for the loan of it. This is so cool on Throwback Weekend. Pit road's open, Jamie.
Yeah, Martin Truex Jr. led 27 laps that run. He said, this is the loosest we've been all day. Had no front tire tear off there, so we can see clearly on the right is Denny Hamlin. On the short run, he wasn't bad, a little bit tight, but he said, I feel good about our car right now. They have been really good today, starting deep in the field. And the 24 fired off too tight there, air pressure adjustment. Regan?
Ross Chastain in the one-car year leader. He's pretty good when the runs start, just a little bit too loose at the end, but he said he can manage that in the 22 of Joey Logano. That run was way too tight in traffic, and it stayed too tight as the run went on, even in traffic. Can't get the front tires to turn.
Chastain, Truex, Hamlin picks up 1 on pit road. How about Eric Almirola? The number 10 gained 5 spots and moves into the top 10. That's why we're under caution.
right on me.
172 laps complete. We are under caution. A lot of throwback gear, not just here in the booth and on pit road, but
that guy
all the
might win right there.
How about that?
You like hanging out with that guy.
And something I haven't seen in years on the way to this racetrack. Welcome race fan banners. Darlington Raceway had them all the way from Florence to here. You couldn't be anywhere near here without knowing
that's good.
That
Good to see.
there was a race in town. So let's explain a little bit of what happened here with Kyle Busch, where he stopped his car just outside the garage area where there are a row of cones. Last fall here, he made significant contact with the wall, drove away with heavy damage, but parked in the garage. And while pulling into the garage last fall, he ran over several of those orange cones at considerable speed in the vicinity of spectators, and NASCAR fined him $50,000 for doing so. Not sure if that had anything to do with why he stopped the car where he did, but it may have.
I think it's a good argument. He didn't drive through the cone, so should be fine.
Guys, Darlington is starting to happen. That's what's going on right now. Nothing more than just regular old Darlington. Frustration is setting in. This track will get to the best of them, and it certainly did right there with that 18.
Today's aerial coverage of the Goodyear 400 is provided by Goodyear. Anything can happen as long as you have the drive. Goodyear, more driven, giving you a great look at the egg-shaped Darlington Raceway since 1950. NASCAR's oldest super speedway. Have 10 cars here take the wave around, not making stops on pit road and getting back at least one of their laps. Ross Chastain, Martin Truex, front row. Chastain is elected the outside. Hamlin, Logano, Byron Elliott, Jones, Suarez, Almirola, Kurt Busch are the top 10. We are showing 26 cars on the lead lap. Harrison Burton got the free pass on that caution flag. Kyle Busch's car is in the garage, joining Kyle Larson, Corey LaJoie, Brad Keselowski. $12 to go. It'll be 11 to go on the green in stage 2. Here we go.
Good jump by Chastain, but that 19 holding tough on the inside.
Yeah, but that momentum off of 2, look at it, he's just motoring by him. It's been like that all day, right?
Sure has. But I think they have to settle in pretty quick because of this 11 and the 22 in their mirror. They know that 11's coming all the way from the back of the pack into the top 5 in to the picture at the front of this field. I can't help but to think you get that car in the front.
10 to go in the stage. Hendrick Chevy's fighting.
Yeah, obviously Chase, coming from the back, finally getting up there in the top 5, top 10, getting close to that top 5.
That was extremely close. He had to lift out of the gas with a 43 on the outside, gave that 10 a chance to get underneath of him.
And here comes Almirola, who gained 5 spots on pit road and is trying to make the most of them.
Yeah, he is. I mean, that's the first time I've seen his car up there that far today, and obviously racing really hard for that stage points.
The other thing you see right here is these guys being more aggressive. They are, because it's a short run. You don't have to worry about that long run and saving your tires. You're going to see these guys being as aggressive as they have all day long.
The only way it'll stop you is if Larry don't let you pit.
That's exactly right. If he told you, a little birdie in your ear told you don't pit or take care of these tires, that's not, obviously opposite, but that's not what we're seeing, Regan.
Well, you see that 10-car Eric Almirola right now. Clint, a cool paint scheme on that race car. That is a throwback to his grandfather, Sam Rodriguez, who was 1984 to 94 Tampa Bay Area Racing Sprint Car champion 3 times over the course of that span, and he is here today. There you see him. Such a special paint scheme for Eric to get to run in his final year in the Cup Series, and his grandfather here with him.
Well, he's liking what he sees. Eric giving a heck of a run.
All right, we have 7 laps to go in stage 2. Here's Jamie with Kyle Busch.
And Kyle Busch led 20 laps earlier in this race, and then it all ends there. What did you see there in front of you?
Just the 6 car blew a right front tire off of 2 and had nowhere to go. Just got collected up in something not of our doing. But it's frustrating for having a good M&M's Camry. It was nice to be running top 5, lead some laps there, and just felt like we were trying to hone in on the setup, the short run versus the long run, and where we wanted to be good, and what all was going to pay dividends at the end of the day. But oh well.
Kyle, you got out of your car on pit road. Why did you stop there and leave it?
I just couldn't make the corner.
Thank you.
Well, the steering was badly damaged.
Yeah. There's no doubt. And frustration, like Clint said earlier, it's just at that point in time, I just want to, my day's over. I had a good run going and got taken out.
Well, I appreciate him giving us an interview. That's frustration, man. That's a hard thing to do. You're extremely dejected. Nothing at his fault. The wreck happened right in his lap. Nothing he could do about it. But collect your thoughts.
He came in.
Peterson, to get your heart rate, checked, probably your blood pressure checked over there, and then come out and do your interview.
Yeah. I've done some good interviews after wrecks, and I've done some bad interviews after wrecks, so I can go with that.
Well, Kyle Busch came in here maybe as the favorite, but he will be leaving early along with Brad Keselowski and Kyle Larson and Corey LaJoie. Ross Chastain has now been out front for 16 laps, and he is in the top 5 of laps led this season, along with Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, and William Byron, who leads the league in that category.
Yeah, that's a lot of laps. I mean, obviously, we've talked about him all year long with those 2 wins. Not the most laps won, but he's definitely up there and up front. He could be running 5th some races and get that 3rd place finish or even get that win. But this weekend here, right now, up front and pretty much driving away.
And how about William Byron, who has, would you have started this season saying, hey, 10, 12 races in, William Byron's going to be the guy who has led the most laps?
I wouldn't have said that. I mean, obviously last year we saw how good he was and had that string of top 10s, but, wouldn't have thought this that much at the same time. But, Martinsville, great race as well. So
confidence is everything, and in any sport. And you know what breeds confidence in this sport? Fast race cars, and that's exactly what he has. Both of those things.
Yeah.
And a new contract.
Yep. He and Rudy doing a great job together. It's paying off.
Byron 5th behind Denny Hamlin as the pits are closed with 2 laps to go in stage 2.
Listen to that throttle off, trying to keep it out of the wall. A great drive by Eric Jones, running 6th right now, having that 43 up front. These guys are wheeling these things. Track is slick, both ends completely different, shifting down in 3 and 4. A lot on their plate today.
They're probably glad to get this stage over with, get some more tires on it, feel good about that.
Get a breather. Have another adjustment. Keeping up with this racetrack. You see that rubber down on these in the corners. As it builds, your tire or your balance changes in your race car, and you got to make adjustments to keep up with that.
Ross Chastain, using his melon, wins stage number 2 for his second career stage win. He got one earlier this year in Las Vegas.
All the fallout from the Bloodlines match with RK Bro and Drew McIntyre at WrestleMania Backlash. Plus, the Women's Tag Team Championship is on the line. It's an all-new edition of Friday Night SmackDown, live at 8 Eastern, 7 Central on Fox.
They've got more drama than we have at Darlington until this. BJ McLeod had flames on the hood and
flames under it.
Yeah. A lot of flames underneath. They had rear end trouble yesterday, didn't get to qualify.
Yeah, finally got that thing out. They fought it for about a minute or two there.
I was worried more about the flames under the hood than on the hood.
Absolutely.
Yeah, pretty bad.
That's a tough break for a small team trying to do everything they can. Pit members are up on the wall. The pit road's going to stay closed for one more lap here.
Yeah,
while they
have
clear
to get
this
that car
up.
out of their pit box and get pit road cleaned up.
Well, Bobby Labonte, what have you seen in this stage that makes you want to jump right back in one of these and do a couple more races at Darlington?
Well, I thought about what Kyle Busch was doing, but then he got wrecked. So I thought, well, I'm not going to do that. I think Ross Chastain, I like to be in his position. I like to say, I like to drive those cars right now. They're really fast.
Oh, the ones that are fast, you're good with that? You want to drive that?
Dude, I am too old to go.
I'm
I'm too old to go back to something that's not as fast. So I'll just go with that.
Speaking of racer, you got a little racing in your future coming up, right?
Yeah.
What's your plans this summer?
Yeah, I got some modified racing, got some SRX racing. So I think I got about 25 races total this year.
Awesome.
But at least it's kind of on my schedule. You know, it's like,
on your
I kind of want to do that.
When old Bobby wants to run, you go run.
I hear you've been burning them up in that Cookout Modified.
The Cookout Modified has been fast. We haven't won yet. We went to Stafford, ran up there. We got, they told us how we should be racing, and we weren't racing good enough. So we're going to regroup, hopefully go back north again sometime later, but some southern races this year, maybe even North Wilkesboro.
Has a lot to do.
That's right. North Wilkesboro comes back in August on pavement and October on dirt. And then there was this.
Oh,
is that you?
Did y'all find? Where'd y'all find that?
Now
that's a throwback right there. That's a Daytona Dash Baby Grand. Probably back in 1980. Okay.
80.
So there was my dad. Okay. And when I qualified here, I came here, I thought, how do these cars run around here? There's no way. This is not really happening. So luckily the carburetor fell apart in about 5 laps. I didn't have to run the whole race. I was scared.
So the Dash Series was 4-cylinder compact cars, NASCAR sanctioned, and it started out with throwback Petty and Pearson cars. David Pearson's sons were in the series even.
Yeah.
It was pretty cool.
It was cool. I had a great run at Atlanta. That was like the only, imagine that, Atlanta. But that was the only time I had a great run. Other than that, it wasn't quite as good. Lost my ride and, moved on to working on cars.
Well, I can tell you, it's been neat to have you up here, hearing about you still racing, still being behind the wheel of a race car. But thank you, having the quarter midgets and everything that you've done. You taught drivers like myself, everybody looking up to you as a champion and doing it the right way in my mind, but forming all of the next, chapter in this sport, honing their skills over there on the quarter midget tracks. I appreciate your involvement in that as well.
Well, thank you. And I know Kyle Busch texted me one night and said, hey, can you put a cover on that thing? I put a dome over it. I said, well, we can with a lot of your money. But I'm telling you what, it's been fun. It has been fun. It's been fun with y'all. I appreciate everything. And, love racing still. So I still feel like an old gray-headed silver fox guy. I think somebody called me earlier.
I mean, you are.
Definitely. But at the same time, I feel young racing. So I love watching, and I love being a fan of the sport.
I love you being here.
Yeah,
absolutely. Silver fox.
Not
I think we've had one of those.
That's
here.
not the same silver fox. I can tell you that.
David Pearson, 10-time Darlington winner, was the silver fox. Pit road is still closed. Ross Chastain, stage winner over Truex, Logano, Hamlin, and Byron. Then Jones, Bell, Elliott, Almirola, and Suarez, all scoring stage points. So one player from Illinois is still alive for Clint's $5,000. If he gets the 6th question right, he won't have to share it with anybody.
All right. $5,000, 2-to-1 person, no sharing.
Fox Bet Super
love
6
it.
app.
Hello.
All right, I have to tell you what happened yesterday. We're all sitting around and the Kentucky Derby's coming up, and there's 10 of us there, and we all make a friendly wager, bag of peanuts to whoever wins the race. We each pick a horse, and Michael Waltrip sitting there goes, "Can I pick a second horse? I got another bag of peanuts." He said, "Sure." He goes, "Look at that 21. It's in Wood Brothers colors. I want the 21." And the 21 was added to the Kentucky Derby field just yesterday because another horse scratched. Not only did Michael have the winner.
I was going to say, tell him who his first pick was.
The 3. He had the second place horse too. He picked the 3 because Dale Earnhardt drove the 3. So, for all the bags of peanuts he put in, if he had had the 21-3 exacta, he would have 82,000 bags of peanuts.
And then when I asked, we actually called people that are at the Derby in the horse business and told them what he picked. They're like, "Oh, he doesn't know horses because that shouldn't have happened."
But exactly, because if you knew anything about horses, you never would have picked those 2. Yeah. So Michael Waltrip's lack of horse sense won him all those peanuts.
Hey, it's open, boys. Business is picking up. You got pit road open, and I'm ready to see these boys get in there and get some work done.
All right, they're on pit road. Austin Dillon's pit has a lot of that fire residue from what happened to the 78. But here's Jamie.
Nice clean pit for the 19. Had an opening as he climbs in there. Loose with the back, losing the nose is the worst part, though. 4 tires here. The 11 and Denny Hamlin too tight overall, especially going up the hill. That's his biggest issue. And the 24, William Byron, fired off a little bit tight that time, Regan.
Eric Jones in the 43 continues to be strong today, a little bit too tight. Doesn't want to be any tighter than that, though, right now. And the 1 car of Ross Chastain, a little bit tighter this run to start. Said that he wants to get even tighter yet, so it's good at the end of the run. Joey Logano can't turn down the hill in turn 2. He needs help there.
Chastain will not maintain the lead off pit road. Denny Hamlin grabs it from Chastain.
How about that
Logano
stop? Plus
Byron.
3 for Hamlin. To the point. I told you, you get him up front, he's going to be dangerous. Here it is.
And look at Eric Almirola gaining another 4 spots on pit road. He gained 5 on the last stop. That team's lights out. Bobby Labonte, thanks for joining us.
Yep.
Been a pleasure.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Clint. Y'all have a great rest of the race.
Good to see you up here.
Right. We'll check in with you, and we'll see you soon. Ross Chastain is our stage 2 winner. Awesome. That just defines Bill Elliott's career. And on one very special day, when series sponsor R.J. Reynolds put up $1 million for anybody that could win 3 of the big 4 races that year, Bill Elliott became $1 Million Bill right here in Darlington and joins us for stage 3. Welcome.
Good to be here, boys.
I love your shirt. Now, that was your dad, George's crew shirt for what year?
I would say 85, 86 year. That goes way back.
That was a big time. That should be full of $1 million bills there.
I was going to say, has it still got a dollar bill in there?
He probably did.
You talked in the pre-race about your son Chase having a famous dad. But in Dahlonega, Georgia, you had a famous dad. Your dad was the local Ford dealer. He owned the race team. You and your 2 brothers worked on the car. You drove it. That had to be a lot of pressure.
Well, you say race team, I wouldn't call it much of a race team, but my dad did what he could do. I mean, he did a great job. He was able to see that if you wanted to race, NASCAR was where you needed to be. And he pushed us this way. And, lo and behold, he kept behind us and stood there, and we came to racetracks, and we bought used tires and used engines and used cars and used parts.
And the rest, as they say, is history. We're approaching the Geico restart zone for stage 3. We're going to visit with Bill throughout this entire segment as Denny Hamlin and Ross Chastain are up front for the restart.
Let's call this race, Bill. Come on.
Let's do it.
Great push by Joey Logano to Denny Hamlin on the back. This 1 car has been holding strong. So important to get that clean air, isn't it, Bill? Oh, and he's loose. Finally lost it. Oh, same exact point he got loose last restart.
Wow.
Hard hit for Chastain in the backstretch.
Man.
Yeah.
That's how quick it can change, boys.
Sure can.
Unbelievable.
That's exactly what he's thinking, too.
The blink of an eye. Just a tight part of this racetrack.
Let's go all the way back to the restart and let's see how this develops.
Yeah, it's just hard for when you're on the inside, especially coming off turn 2. All it takes is just pinching you down just that little bit, and you're in trouble. You get a little bit too much wheel in it. You get the air pulling it off the rear of the car, and that's it. Whatever, you just get right there, and that's it. And these seem, what you said earlier, these cars just a little bit sideways, and they're gone.
Yeah, you see how that track narrows up, and again, it unloaded right as it got to where that patch in the track is. He almost lost it. I think it was 2 restarts ago, but a hard hit on the inside and an end to one of the best cars we had to offer at this race today.
And Joey Logano, with his forward in-car camera, had a front row seat for this one.
Just running out of room. He saw he had a handful of wheel in it trying to stay off of him, but you can't lift right there, Bill. You lift and they're going to freight train you on both sides.
It's a double-edged sword. You're trying to beat the guy out of the line, trying to beat him off a corner to beat him into 3. And it seems like these cars, all the aero comes underneath the car. There's no side force on the car. I think the lower profile tire makes a lot of difference in being able to save the car versus the old 15-inch wheel. So you have so many things going against you, and it's like everybody said, and I know Chase has told me, that you get these cars 1 or 2 degrees yawed, and you get that one more quarter of a degree or whatever, and you're gone.
I'm telling you, that patch, you see that car, as soon as it went over that line where you see that patch ended, it unloaded on low air pressure. I think it bottomed out on that left rear spring, and man, it sent him for a ride.
So that was the Coca-Cola Polar Bear scheme that Dale Earnhardt Jr. drove in 1998 in Japan. Ross Chastain into the wall, out of the race at Darlington.
I want to wish my mom happy Mother's Day, as well as all the other mothers out there.
Just wanted to shout out all the moms out there, my mom too. Happy Mother's Day.
Just wanted to say I love you, Mom.
Happy Mother's Day, Mama. I love you. See you soon, Mama.
Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there.
I'd like to wish my mom, Cindy Evanson from Emporia, Kansas, a happy Mother's Day. I love you, Mom.
Happy Mother's Day, and I miss you guys so much.
Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. We love you and forever are thankful for you.
8 times NASCAR has raced on Mother's Day. Buck Baker's won twice on this special day. Those are the recent winners, and we want to pass along happy Mother's Day wishes to all of our wives, because they've done such a great job of raising our kids while we get to come out here to these racetracks and do what we love.
And probably us as well.
Yes. Raising us too? Yes.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Well, tough day for the Mellon Man, as he is in the wall here. Cole Trickle. And Tim Richmond. I'll tell you, like I said at the top of the show, every thrift store from here to Charlotte has been sold out of NASCAR throwback gear this week.
Pretty cool. Fun weekend. Let's try this again, boys.
Round 2.
Austin Cindric got the free pass on this caution. 28 cars on the lead lap now, with Chastain, McLeod, Kyle Busch in the garage, along with Keselowski, LaJoie, and Larson. Hamlin and Logano on the front row this time.
Slide job to the lead for 22, Joe Logano. What a run.
And Joy got a good start on that restart.
He's been so strong on restarts all day.
Very much so.
I think, Bill, his car has been a little bit tight here in some of his comments, some of his adjustments he's been asking for, loosening that car up. I think that helps the takeoff speed on his car.
No doubt, and then he wasn't boxed in behind 11 that time as well.
Martin Truex had a look inside William Byron down in 3 and 4, but nothing there, as they single file it out back to about 11th, now 15th place.
Yeah, the big thing about this racetrack, it's just so tough to pass. You get in a rhythm. Once you get 2 or 3 laps started into a run, if you don't make you move right off the bat, you're kind of stuck there. You got to figure it out. And if your car is equal to the guy in front of you, you're not going to make any spots up. It's just, and it's equal as these cars are today. It's hard to do anyway.
So stick on that and answer me this. Do you pounce on it like you see your son right now and get it early, or do you wait till a long run and try to wear him out on a long run?
I think you got to
managing your tires.
I think you got to get him early and then try to manage your tires, because you got to get them in the first couple of laps, especially I think the way these cars are today. And it seems like even last year in that car, but these cars you pay a bigger price.
Look to me like your son agrees with you. He's going to the front, finally in the top 10.
Kevin Harvick fighting for 9th with Eric Jones.
Not clear. Woo, that was close.
That was very close.
And Austin Dillon may have tagged the wall as he battled Chase Briscoe for 13th place. Watch the 3.
I don't know if he tagged the wall, but he tagged the 14.
Close.
Not happy with the 14.
Eric Jones was also right up there.
Oh, another Darlington strike.
Barely kissed, and Stenhouse right behind him got a little bit of it as well.
But you know, it'd be fun to, you know, have you driven one of these new cars, Clint?
Just at Bowman Gray Stadium is the only place I have, and you know, felt like I had a lot of tire. I'd like to get on a track with some speed, because you're so spot on from all the comments of talking to the drivers of that arrow underneath these cars. It seems like once you break that thing in yaw and get it past its yaw moment that it doesn't like, it's gone.
It's gone.
14th place, Tyler Reddick, biggest mover since the restart, +4. Larry Mack, who else you looking at?
Well, I know one of Trackhouse drivers is in the garage area, but Daniel Suarez in that 99 car just seems like he just keeps inching his way forward. He has now cracked the top 5. He has not had a top 10 since the West Coast swings.
Wow. Well, Jamie Little's caught up with his teammate.
Well, Ross, we saw you had trouble over that bump, but you saved it earlier. What happened on that restart there?
Yeah, just driver error. I just too much throttle and not enough grip. I knew the bump was there, and I just trusted it too much.
Ross Chastain out today. Mike?
Thanks, Jamie. Oh, that is a tough way to leave Darlington.
And it's just a reminder of how quick and easy that can happen.
Yeah, it don't seem to discriminate who you are either, whether you're Kyle Busch or Ross Chastain.
No, look at the names that are out of this race. Chastain, Kyle Busch, Brad Keselowski, Kyle Larson.
Yes. Exactly. Well, Kyle Busch, it really wasn't his fault. He was just kind of a victim of circumstances at the end of the day.
86 laps to go, Larry Mack. How are we looking on tires?
We're in good shape, Mike. We put our 7th set of stickers on that caution at the end of stage 2. That means we got a set about every 25 to 30 laps, so we're good to go.
Well, I mean, then the job's in my hands as a driver now, Larry. You know, I mean, what are you just eating popsicles down there? I mean, it's an easy call from here on out.
It's easy. The caution comes, come get you 4 more Goodyears.
Just what the doctor ordered.
All right. Here we go.
For the lead.
For the lead. Off the floor, Denny Hamlin looking to the inside.
I'd say he should seal the deal on that one.
Sure did.
Fly job.
Yep.
And the 24 is coming as well.
He's he's just kind of that silent guy. You know, he's just always there and just slowly but surely inching towards the front, having the best year of his career.
Very moving piece in pre-race by Caitlin Vinci with William Byron, his dad Bill, his mom Dana, who's recovered from brain cancer. And very moving piece. And now William with 2 wins in the bank, and as Clint said, a freshly signed contract for multi-years in his pocket. It's a good time to be William Byron.
It really, very well.
83 laps to go. Denny Hamlin leading. We're going to take you Fox side by side.
is here, and with an exciting new Toyota, you can take a trip to the beach, the city, the mountains, the desert, ooh, the bayou. I think I'm sinking. Definitely sinking.
Did you know that every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care? A 2-year or 25,000-mile maintenance plan and roadside assistance. That's the value you can expect from Toyota.
Your summer starts here.
Toyota, let's go places.
It's still the Eat Fresh Refresh. The Subway's refreshing everything, like the Baja Steak and Jack. Power high with tender shaved steak, topped with delicious pepper jack cheese. Now kicking it up a notch with smoky
Baja Chipotle sauce.
Yep, they're constantly refreshing.
Y'all get your own commercial. Subway keeps refreshing.
It's cold and it's smooth and it's waiting for you. Come on, head for the mountains of Busch Light Beer.
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive because we were created for officers. But as we've evolved with the military, we've grown to serve all who've honorably served, no matter their rank or when they were in. A Marine just out of boot camp, or a petty officer from 73, and even his kids and their kids. USAA is made for all who honorably served and their eligible family members. Are we still exclusive? Absolutely. And that's exactly why you should join.
It's another can't-miss weekend of USFL football on Fox. Saturday, QB Kyle Sloter leads the New Orleans Breakers one-handed catch against the New Jersey Generals. Touchdown. And Sunday, the Pittsburgh Maulers battle Clayton Thorson and the Houston Gamblers. All the way to the house. Real football for real fans. The USFL, Saturday and Sunday on Fox.
.78 laps to go. Here's where the Coca-Cola family of drivers are running. Hamlin Logano 1-2. Daniel Suarez in the top 5. Austin Dillon 19th.
Suarez moving up into the top 5. He's the one I like. Obviously, Denny and Joey Logano first and second, but Suarez come a long ways.
Byron and Suarez are the Chevys in the top 6. Logano, the lone Ford. Joe Gibbs Racing with 3 Toyotas in the top half dozen.
Yeah, Joey's had a tough season this year. Other than out in Los Angeles winning out there at the stadium, he's had a tough run at it.
Yeah, and you know, I had time to spend with him earlier today out on the racetrack doing a Ford piece with those Mach 1s, and he alluded to that, right? And the opportunity ahead of him this weekend with a pole, first time in a long time that he said he felt like he had a car capable of winning, and look at it.
He's run well. He's run well today.
How would your driving have been different if we had this type of win and you're in regular season?
A lot different. You know, you just, the way you have to attack things today, it's like I said down there earlier, you know, I didn't start racing till I was 16, 17, where these kids today have run thousands of races by the time they get to that age. So your mentality, the way you attack things, the way you do things, it's just so different. Then you come back to simulation and everything else. It's just a different world.
We had a longer attention span back then. I mean, we looked at the season as a whole, not just.
We had to have one.
Well, that's right. Yeah, right.
But I honestly think he's so spot on. You know, you go watch these kids with so many laps, right, in their experience of racing all over the country in all sorts of different conditions. It's game on from the word go in any race they're in from the time that they're 5 years old on through the ranks.
5th place right here. Christopher Bell made a try at it. And these two have been battling like this for the last 5 laps.
You know, one thing I would notice about Suarez is he seems to be always like just a little bit tighter car. Runs off the right front a little bit more. And I think that's why these cars, like some of these guys, have been able to adapt to this car a little bit better.
Look at this crossover, 3 wide. Huh? You like that?
I like that.
Chase Elliott going
he
for it.
He joins right in there.
Yes, sir. I think he's going to clear him.
There you go. Good job.
Bill
Clear.
2 for 1. How about that?
Y'all will race. I'll just squeak on by here and see you.
Score 1.
I tell you what, it's taken him a long time to get up into the top 10 and make some noise, and here he is in the top 5. Chase Elliott, that nap at number 9.
At the top of the day, we were worried about 3 of our stars who had to start in the back. Denny Hamlin, Chase, and Kevin Harvick. Hamlin is leading. Chase is now in the top 5, and Harvick is 9th. Pretty good pickup for all 3. Let's see that again from our Goodyear aerial coverage.
Yeah, I want to see this. Maybe I'll learn something.
Those cars got stalled out side by side.
Yep.
He saw the opportunity and pounced on it. Did a good job getting into the corner. Got his car rotated. The 20 push. Had to lift to keep from knocking the wall down. And man, the rest is history. See you, boys.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think Christopher Bell drove in just a little bit too hard and got his car sliding up the racetrack. Had to check up that little bit.
Opportunity knocked. Chase Elliott answered. Here's Kevin Harvick, Tyler Reddick going by.
You know, watching Chase and the line that he ran literally below the dotted lines down there, I've been noticing as the rubber keeps building up on this racetrack, you're seeing some guys move down in the gray areas of the track and finding some grip, Bill.
You know, I noticed early on that most of the guys didn't go there. Like Harvick was always noted for running the flat here.
Right.
Especially in 3 and 4. But now this race, he seems to be more on the racetrack, more on the bank. And that's kind of ironic that he made that move work, and we'll see how it works on as it continues on into the race.
Jamie?
Well, what's so impressive about this run by the 9, Mike, is there was one backup car for all 4 Hendrick cars. Well, they used it. All the teams were hands on deck, stayed later last night, came in earlier this morning, worked on this car. They had no idea what they had. They were hoping it was going to be as good as the primary, but he's taken a little time to adjust and warm up, but he is ready to go. Happy with the car.
He sure did. Hey, a different paint scheme from when they started. Left the top of it white because of that backup car. Kind of cool how that changed. You know, the conversation changed in that paint scheme as they went through the weekend.
I'd say Jimmy Means throwback scheme.
But when it started, it was all blue and yellow.
Well, that was a different car, right? Denny Hamlin, Joey Logano, William Byron, Bud, Martin Truex, and Chase Elliott are catching the top 3. $62 laps to go at Darlington. Let's look at today's Credit One Bank ones to watch.
Guys, they keep letting me pick first. Of course I'm going to take the 11 car all the way from 22nd. A 4-time winner of this race. Denny Hamlin's my guy all the way.
Yeah, I'm going to pick William Byron. You know, he finished in the top 5 at 2 of the last 3 races here at Darlington. Has been in the top 10 all but 30 laps today. Looking real strong today, trying to break that Hendrick no-win streak for the past few years.
I'm looking for the Hendrick win streak with the number 9 car. He's been running awful good, came from the back twice, and we'll see what he can do.
You know what, Joey Logano, he is winless in 16 starts here at Darlington. Sat on the pole, he's already led 93 laps. Come to life here lately, a 3rd and a 2nd. Maybe that win comes today.
Larry, I'm watching Christopher Bell. Been happy with that race car all day long. Just needs a little bit more track position, and no team has done a better job of maximizing races than that 20 car lately.
Keep an eye on Eric Almirola. On the last pit stop, his crew gained him 4 spots. On the stop before that, they gained him 5. By my math, 2 more cautions, and he'll be the leader. And those are today's Credit One Bank ones to watch. So we've had a few takers on pit road, splitting this race or this stage into thirds. Larry Stenhouse came in, Custer, Alex Bowman, and a few others.
Well, again, I think these are drivers that knew they couldn't just follow suit and do whatever the leaders do. They had to do something and try something, so they're going to try to split it into thirds. But I feel like most of our leaders will probably come in about the next 8 to 10 laps, Mike, and that will split the stage in half.
Thanks, Larry. Here's a look at race leader Denny Hamlin's day.
Yeah, look, had to start from the back, got up inside the top 5, fell back a little bit after a stop, got back into the top 5, finally made that pass for the lead, and the rest is history. But I'm telling you, history might be short-lived because that 22 has run him down and is trying to make a move on him as we speak.
You know, another thing that I see is...
Uh-oh. You saw that.
Oh, we saw that. Something happened to the 9 car, but looked like he had to check up off turn 2. Maybe we can see that again. But anyway, what I see as this racetrack gets cooler, as we continue on, I think tires are going to be less effective. And to split up in three stops, I don't think is going to be as effective as 2 stops.
2 stops. Great point.
All right, we'll show it to you again.
Let's see it.
Hi, you're right.
A little tight there. A little loose tire. Yeah.
Little bit of
Hang
a kiss.
on.
I think he'll be fine. You can see the pipes. When you see flames in them pipes, that's that raw fuel. You know he's out of the gas and holding on to it.
It's going the wrong way.
Here's Joey Logano and William Byron on pit road. Under green, little early for Larry's calculation. .45 miles an hour down pit road. Jamie.
That beautiful number 24 throwback to Jeff Gordon, 2007. Says he's a little bit tight and he's got that wheel shake back again. He had that earlier in the race as well. Just an air pressure adjustment and 4 tires here.
Carnival turn 2 bounces off but keeps going. That was a hard hit for Chase Briscoe. Sorry, back to Regan.
Mike, Joey Logano, it was a late call to come to pit road. Paul Wolf all of a sudden got on the radio screaming, pit, 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 pit. Been happy with that car, just trying to manage the long run.
We stay green.
Got off of pit road, but I think you're right, man. Smoked the wall with the 14 way too high. Jumped the cushions, but I'm going to call that. Got into the wall.
Are you driving that thing today?
No. That's not funny, Bill.
You're checking. Okay.
Got cut deep. My hero just cut me. I mean, right in the back.
No, that's the Mahindra camera on Chase Briscoe's car. They had the 15 all painted up like Clint's old 5-hour energy car.
It hit
so
the
when
wall
that hit
right
the
off the
wall,
bat.
that was Clint's car.
Was that Clint?
No,
Clint's car?
just Clint's car.
Just Clint's car.
Joey Logano on new tires just blasted past Kurt Busch, but what a great job Kurt has done coming from the back after issues early. And here's Chase Elliott coming to pit road. Jamie.
Yeah, and he's been happy with the 9. Hasn't said a whole lot, but he did report that he's got that shake again, as we heard from his teammate William Byron. So 4 tires again here in air pressure for Chase Elliott.
I just wonder if the shake's having to do with maybe low tire pressure or whatever and messing up the cords of the tires. You know, you've heard that in the past over the years.
Experienced that in the past. Brake shake at a place like this where you're hard on the brakes getting into 3. But honestly, I've heard a lot of them on the radio, Bill, talking about literally rubber building up on the inside of the wheels and creating a little bit of vibration.
Eric Jones is in. Here's some audio from Denny Hamlin, who's still on the racetrack.
Power go through for this fall. Yep, just keep running.
Hey, strategy won him the race. His only race win from this year at Richmond. That Chris Gabehart can call a race. Don't you think he doesn't have a plan?
Regan.
Mike, Eric Jones continues to fight. Just a tight race car at the moment, especially on the restarts. We saw him lose a few spots early on. That's his only complaint.
And Martin Truex takes the lead from his teammates. Joe Gibbs 1, 2, 3 right now. And here comes Bell.
Christopher Bell in the 20. So one of those top 3, when they hit pit road, the other 2 better be coming. And here comes Denny Hamlin now. He's kind of thrown the gauntlet first here.
Austin Dillon completes his stop. Todd Gilliland got a stripe coming off turn 2, but continues. Eric Almirola's in. Let's see if they can gain another 4 spots here. Probably not under green. Here's what happened to Hamlin.
He got the wall.
Yep.
I was wondering if he had a problem of the reason his teammates got around him so easy. Got in the wall, came in.
Jamie.
Yeah, 4-time winner here, Denny Hamlin. He was asking for help before you saw that incident. Just needed some new tires, had no grip, Regan.
Eric Almirola's 10 cars falling off just a little bit here later on in this race. 2 out of control is the report from him right now. Jamie?
Martin Truex Jr., they've been adjusting on this race car, but it hasn't made much of a difference. Same thing, just losing the nose and just too loose to be able to battle with those couple at the front.
Christopher Bell picks up the lead, 2 seconds ahead of Daniel Suarez. Bubba Wallace 6 seconds back as Kurt Busch completes the stop. Todd Gilliland, Austin Cindric.
And Gibbs boys are finding grip, aren't they, Bill? Got to have a good balance on your race car at a track like this. Can't be too tight, can't be too loose.
If you tax one in too much, you're going to pay the penalty in the long run. That's all there is to it. I'm shocked that some of the guys coming as quick as they did that particular run. Just seems like that you're going to have to really go this last segment to make this work.
Regan.
Bubba Wallace, his car starts the runs too tight. Told the crew chief, I need help on entry as well with that race car. Otherwise, he's been having a very good day.
Daniel Suarez in. So that leaves Christopher Bell, Daniel Suarez, and Tyler Reddick and Austin Cindric on the racetrack. And Bell is in. Regan.
Christopher Bell in that 20 car, all they've been doing is telling him to pace himself. He said on the radio, I like the race car. No changes for him in the 99 of Daniel Suarez. Great everywhere with that race car. Needs some help as we see a problem actually with the right rear on Daniel Suarez car right now. Tough break for him. Likes his race car though.
Austin Cindric gives up the lead to Tyler Reddick, who is the first car on track that has already made a pit stop. He came in 15 laps ago, lap 231, short pitted somewhat, and we think he may be on a 3-stop strategy. But it's paying off right now. Shows for how long?
Shows you how important those tires are. I mean, made that pass like he was standing still and drove off immediately.
Yeah, that's really shocking to me. As much as these guys gain as quick as they do, you know, I've seen it in the past, but it just seems like these cars don't give up all that much. I mean, a second and a half or so in the run, but it seems like when they start giving up, they're gone. And from that point on, they've got to have tires.
Alex Bowman just ran his personal fastest lap of the race after putting on new tires and firing off. He's back at 15. So Reddick, Cindric out front. Austin Cindric, the only driver on our rundown who has yet to make a stop, and here he comes.
Yeah, the 2 seems to be stopping more than anybody today for some reason. I don't know if he's got an issue or what.
Well, I think, you know, that issue could be, you know, that light switch. When those tires finally get to a point where they've lost the grip, they just shut off, and you don't have any more grip and no choice but to pit. Saw that with the 11 car and several others all day long.
But Larry Cindric, by waiting till 44 to go to make his stop, should he be able to go the distance?
Yeah, he'll be able to go the distance. I think everyone that pitted here in the last few laps, their plan is they're one stop in this stage. But again, Tyler Reddick, because of pitting there at lap 231, I get a feeling that Randall Burnett, his crew chief, is maybe thinking about one more stop to take advantage of fresh tires. I'm a little bit like Bill. I don't know if that's going to work out.
Let's look at your Xfinity fastest last lap now that everybody has tires in the last 15 or so. Denny Hamlin, 29.93, running in 8th. Bubba Wallace running in 18th. Kurt Busch in 14th. And Christopher Bell in 10th. We're going to take you box side by side with 42 laps to go.
When you hear best-in-class range or best-in-class fuel economy, you may be thinking of really tiny cars. And you'd be really, really wrong. The Ram 1500. Exceeding expectations. Again. No wonder more people are switching to Ram than ever before.
Get 0% financing plus $1,000 bonus cash for competitive vehicle owners on the 2022 Ram 1500 in addition to other offers.
Bogeys on your 6th limo. They need customized car insurance from Liberty Mutual, so they only pay for what they need.
We are not getting you a helicopter.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
You really can't get much for $5 these days, unless...
Is that a real song?
I think she liked it.
Your choice of sandwich plus all this for just $5 is worth celebrating. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Piggy Bag.
This is Sonoma. This is what the drivers will see. And this is what you'll see. Drivers, you. Drivers, you.
It just got really interesting in Sonoma.
And this is what everyone came to see. Get your tickets now at SonomaRaceway.com.
Next Sunday, NASCAR is back on FS1 as the Cup Series rides into Kansas.
Get your engines running.
3, 2, 1, let's go!
And we're green.
Joey Logano likes to party here.
That's it! Woo!
Chase Elliott's not to be messed with. And Larson's proved he can tame these turns.
This is the racing I came for.
The Advent Health 400, next Sunday at 3 Eastern on FS1 and the Fox Sports app.
Tyler Reddick, your leader, were under caution. You saw Alex Bowman get up and into the wall in his Mark Martin Valvoline throwback number 48, and that puts us under caution at lap 255. Larry, could the timing have been any better for Tyler Reddick?
It could not have been better. That's exactly what they needed because everybody will be pitting for 4 Goodyear tires. He comes as the leader. They just need a solid pit stop.
Somebody with a lot of ground to make up would be the 99. They had a 24-second stop under green with trouble on the right rear. Jamie.
They had 10 sets of stickers coming into this race. They may as well use them, right? The 19 here, just taking 4 tires. Denny Hamlin as well coming in, saying he's pretty good on that fire off, as well as Chase Elliott, the 24, William Byron. They all felt good there, but they didn't run a whole lot of laps there, Regan.
Tyler Reddick with that race car in clean air, finally for the first time to get a real good read on it. Said it is very good, doesn't want to change the balance at all. And the 22 car, Joey Logano, needs the car to rotate better right now. He's too tight behind others in traffic.
And I think Reddick may have beat Logano out of the pit. Nope.
Not so sure.
They are scoring Logano as the leader, and Denny Hamlin has had trouble.
Bad stop
on this stop.
Got a sweeper and clean up top 2 and you off 2 and you blend.
A lot of smoke out of the right front of the 48.
Now Bowman is 1 lap down.
Denny Hamlin scored all the way back in 18th. Came in inside the top 10. Something happened there.
Austin Dillon.
Early turn, something's wrong.
Second speeding penalty of the day for Dillon. Too fast entering this time.
Looks like the same as the McLeod's call.
78.
Wow.
You're on fire pretty good underneath.
Denny Hamlin had trouble on the right side on his pit stop. And back in 18th. I believe Ty Dillon gets the free pass on this caution flag.
I think so.
I think that might be actually tire dust on fire inside those fender wells is what's on fire. Denny, you gotta put it in the drink.
Next Sunday, the NASCAR Cup Series heads to Kansas, where America's best will battle for the checkered flag. Coverage begins next Sunday, 1:30 Eastern on FS1 on the Fox Sports app. And the man in the middle is Jamie McMurray. Between Clint and myself, he's in our Charlotte studio. 7-time winner in the Cup Series, including several really big races. Jamie Mack, why don't you weigh in on what we're seeing here and what do you expect in these last 36 laps?
Well, Mike, first off, I'm super excited to be with you and Clint in the booth next week. I'm trying to figure out how much caffeine I'm going to have to ingest to keep up with that maniac standing to your right. But the race has been incredible. I mean, the strategy that comes out at Darlington, watching Larry McReynolds do the math over here on tires, how many laps you can run. listening to the frustration of Kyle Busch and some of these other guys when you see people short pitting. It's so hard to comprehend everything that's going on when you're inside the car. But yeah, a lot of fun to see this, the struggles for Hamlin right there. But happy for Reddick. We know that he came so close to winning at Bristol a few weeks ago on the dirt. To see him back in position, just so many storylines happening right here late in the race.
All right, we look forward to Kansas.
Absolutely. Little battle of the border there for me and old J Mac.
Just click your heels together.
Missouri Cat.
Hometown territory for the boy over here.
No free pass on this caution, we're told from timing and scoring. There will be no free pass. So, one long run to go, maybe 35 laps to get to the end of this one. How do you play it?
Ain't gonna happen.
Business is picking up in a big way. I think these restarts are going to be so important. You alluded to it earlier. It's time to go, right? Pay
You don't
windows
have to
open.
go. You want to make you move now. That's all there is to it.
So no saving it, no holding back.
That's what I think.
All right.
Well, I'd get Richard up here to see what he thinks.
Right. Okay.
He ain't going to hold back.
He's probably done in Randleman by now.
Jamie Little.
Well, Alex Bowman, as you saw there, quite a big fire. Any idea what led to that?
I don't know. Obviously, a pretty miserable day for our ally Camaro. Greg and the guys were working hard on it. Just was really out of the racetrack. Didn't make any grip, and we could be super tight or super loose. Either way, we were really slow. And then something broke. It just went straight, and we hit the wall, and then whatever is on fire now. So I guess we put it out of its misery, but bummed for the guys. It was a pretty miserable day.
Mark Martin throwback, not so pretty going back to the garage.
Nope. Alex Bowman joins a list of stars done for the day. As you have a look at Darlington Raceway from our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. For those that push the limits of possibility, Goodyear, more driven. A packed infield for NASCAR's annual throwback weekend. We had trucks Friday night, Xfinity yesterday. And today is the Cup Series with now pole sitter Joey Logano back up front.
Bill, five-time winner of this race. Historic race. So much on the line. So much prestige about it. What's your favorite part about this unique racetrack at Darlington?
Man, Darlington was just so much fun coming here. You know, Mike Joy and I laughed about it earlier. You know, just the town embraced it between Darlington and Florence. It was just... It was a happening. It just was the coolest part. You didn't race Sunday. You raced on Monday, so you did other things on Sunday when they ran here the Southern 500. It was just the coolest.
Yeah, they had a big parade through town on Sunday. No racing on Sunday. You raced Labor Day.
I don't know what the Thunderbird was, but apparently it was a big time too.
It was a car made by Ford.
Yeah,
that too.
Yeah,
must have been a pretty hot spot back in the day. You ain't the only one that mentioned the Thunderbird.
We'll fill you in on it later.
All right, the bird is the word. Logano, Reddick on the front row. There's the results of the choose. Byron Truex, Stenhouse Elliott, Harvick Blaney, Custer Kurt Busch. 25 cars on the lead lap. It'll be 33 to go.
They'll sell William Byron and hangs with him on the inside. Good start for him.
Great drag race for both sides, both lines with help behind them. Will the 19 stay with the 24 does?
3 wide.
Oh, wow. That ain't gonna work out.
Oh, Truex.
Hold on to it.
Here it is. Busch.
Well, you said it wasn't going to be the last one. You were right, Bill.
That didn't work out.
A lot of big cars, heavy hitters in this wreck. Bubba Wallace,
that just
Custer,
took out
Truex.
All of 2311 racing right there.
Hard hit for Kurt Busch.
I'm afraid that's not going to be the end of it either.
No.
I think there's going to be more.
You saw 19 slip up, had to get out of the gas, and we talked about it with Ross Chastain. You lose that momentum. They freight train you on both sides, put him 3 wide.
Put you in a bad spot.
Yeah.
You know, there's sometimes you're a victim of somebody else, or you make the mistake once. It's on the restart. You know, pretty wild from the restart here. The 24 and the 22 both had good starts. So did the Truex and the 3 car or the 8 car, Reddick. But just when the 19 lost some momentum, then he got stuck 3 wide, and he was in a tough spot. There you go. Wow, we got hit hard in the back. Chase did by the 45.
Yep.
Kurt Busch.
Could have been a lot worse. Several cars, handful of cars out on that, but you're right. He checked up, moved up. See the 4-car wiggle? I think it got his eye, moved up at least a little bit, got in the outside of Stenhouse, into the car on his outside, turned him around, and man, watch his hit with Kurt Busch.
Oh, that was a tough one. Wow.
Look, that car, or the wall giving like that, I'm telling you, these cars are tough, and they don't show the hit quite like they used to. But when you see a wall move that much, that's a big hit.
Ryan Blaney will give us this look from his Advanced Auto Parts cam.
Wow.
And now the Mahindra Tractors cam for Chase Briscoe.
Nowhere to go.
He got nowhere to go.
Know how bad damage he has, though. I mean, that made some pretty hard contact.
Coca-Cola cam for Denny Hamlin, who had air gun issues on his pit stop and started way back.
Yep.
Wow, he got some pretty heavy damage as well.
Oh, yeah. One mistake on pit roads. Mistake has bitten them time and time again every single weekend, except for Richmond. Finally put a race together and won, but mistakes are costing that team in the 11 for sure.
Monster Energy cam for Kurt.
I think he gets a little bit of the Napa 9 car here. Oh, wow. 43 nails him in the back. You know, Richard, if I'd have been Richard, they'd probably went through the wall.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that safer barrier, I can't tell you. I came in the sport when there was still some regular walls like what you hit, Bill, and, man, the difference that made. Hats off to whoever designed that thing. I could hug him every time I hit them things.
Yeah, I've always said I've never heard a concrete wall.
Right, they win every time.
But they usually win every time.
I'll tell you, the King did. I think we all use the expression, we knock the wall down. He's the only one that I've ever seen literally knock the wall down.
And it happened here in 1970, and if you watch his arm, it goes out of the car, and that is what prompted the invention of window nets.
Wow.
Yeah.
On the driver's side.
Broke his shoulder in that wreck, he told me.
But it didn't look like even touched the brakes before he hit the wall. I mean, it looked like it drove in the wall at speed. Watching the replay.
Watch this.
Uh-oh.
See him close his eyes again. Man, I agree, Kurt Busch. He did it last week. And I always wondered if I closed my eyes, him having that
It's like it
orange
hurt his
shield.
hand.
Yeah, it snapped pretty hard.
Looked like when it hurt his hand when he hit the wall.
Well, you saw Chastain let go of the wheel. He kind of had a hold of it with this new
rack and pinion
steering. That's one thing you have to be careful of. You watch IndyCar drivers do that. Danica Patrick was the first one I ever remember doing it, coming from an IndyCar background. And let me tell you, dirt late model guys, that's the first thing they'll tell you. Do not hold on to that wheel and keep your thumbs out of the spokes.
Thumbs out.
Thumbs out, and also even holding onto it from the outside. I mean, that'll snap your wrist pretty
Absolutely.
good.
Saw it with, just saw it a few weeks ago with Jimmy Johnson. He learned that lesson.
No, I don't think he's learned yet.
30 laps to go. Under caution for a multi-car crash, which began when Martin Truex got sideways off 2.
I've travelled all over the country talking about saving with Geico. But that's the important bit, isn't it? Showing up, saying, hello, fancy a nice chat. And then we talked like two old friends about sticky buns and all the savings you could get by bundling your home and car insurance. But here's the real secret. Eye contact. Do you feel that? We just had a moment. Who'd have thought it?
Geico. Save even more when you bundle home and car insurance.
What's it like having Xfinity Internet?
It's beyond gig speed fast. So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
No, don't!
We're talking supersonic Wi-Fi, 3 times the bandwidth, and the power to connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's powerful.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
You just did. Unbeatable internet from Xfinity.
Made to do anything so you can do anything. Whoa.
For Toyota, racing isn't all about the numbers. Like 162 Cup wins.
Our 3 Cup Series championships.
How about those 3 Daytona 500s?
It's about the thousands of bumps and bruises. It's the millions of fans and the endless rain of confetti.
I love you guys! It's the countless I love yous.
Our success is in a generation of memories. Here's to the next.
Saturday, Kyle Sloter leads the Breakers against the Generals. Touchdown! And Sunday, the Maulers battle the Gamblers.
How about this?
The USFL, Saturday and Sunday on Fox.
28 laps to go. Caution for a 9-car pileup, including Denny Hamlin. Hamlin had an air gun issue on the right side on his pit stop that put him back in the pack on the restart, and he piled in and was a part of this.
Gets in as soon as he gets up. I think he actually got into the 8 a little bit, had to check up, lost that momentum, squeezes. Man, how that 9-car Chase Elliott kept that thing straight off of 45. That was a big hit. Jamie, what do you got?
Well, Bubba Wallace, the first to be released from the medical center. I know you're okay. What did you see there on that replay?
Just checked up in front of me, didn't have enough time. You're in the wood off of 2 there, so just trying to figure out what I did to piss off the racing gods. Another great car, another good finish that was going to be there, and another disappointing result. So just frustrating. So thanks to Moneyline. For sure, it was going to have a top 10. We had a top 10 car, so that's what we'll put on the debrief, but the results don't show that.
We'll see you next week at Kansas. Mike?
They are still working on Denny Hamlin's car, among others. No, they've made that repair and gotten him away.
A lot of damage on the front of the 11, though.
Bubba Wallace and teammate Kurt Busch taken out in this one.
I think it's 24 William Byron is going away anytime soon. Held really tough on the bottom of that racetrack through 1 and 2.
Chris Buescher got the free pass. There's Ricky Stenhouse. He might have had a little touch there from Truex, but otherwise was not involved in that. But that maintains his position.
Kevin Harvick all the way from the back. Great job rebounding. Always grinding it out on these tracks.
Now, Kevin's been notably good here over the years.
Green with 26 to go.
Still, the 22 gets a good roll on the.
Four's in trouble. Justin Haley up there for 4th. Side by side for the lead.
It ain't over yet, boys.
Here comes Haley on the outside. He had a full head of steam. Then had to break for the corner. Reddick to the bottom.
And I told you that William Byron was holding tough on that bottom. Got to the lead.
Yeah, he might break the Hendricks string here for today. Got a good run at it.
Joey Logano had a light contact with the wall. Let's show it to you off turn 2 last time.
Ooh, sure did. Had to lift out of the gas. That's why they all scrambled. I was wondering how they all caught them behind him. And how the 24 got to the lead, but it didn't hurt it too much, Bill.
Logano went to the bottom, went right back in pursuit after William Byron.
He's only got 24 to go. He's going to make it happen.
Martin Truex has taken his car to the garage area. Damage from that crash.
Slide job coming for the 9.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to take you back to the last time we were on the green flag pit stop. Bill, I can't believe you didn't catch this, but look clear down here on the racetrack as they're exiting. That's the 9 car. Chase Elliott spun around coming off of pit road. That caution saved him, didn't lose too much time, but I thought something happened where he came in like 5th land and left, 10th or 11th, and that right there is what it was.
We need to talk to him about that.
I'll let you talk.
He shouldn't be doing that.
Hey, Michael McDowell up there in 9th, and Eric Almirola right behind him in 10th. Austin Dillon has rebounded from 2 speeding penalties to be 11th.
Time's
to go
running.
in the Goodyear 400.
Time's running out for these boys.
Yes, it is.
It's going to be hard to beat the 24 car right now, I think.
Trying to move up. That's one way to do it.
Stripe count 31.
That wall looks like it's a lot more than 31.
Jamie?
How about William Byron? Yesterday after qualifying here, he went up to the Nashville Fairgrounds, raced his super late model, and won. He's now won 5 of the 6 races. And Rudy Fugle, his crew chief, said he's just honing his racing skills. But on top of that, he's getting back to what this is all about, having fun. And it is showing in and out of that race car as he continues to lead here.
The other thing he's doing is building a fan base of all those short track fans that get to see him win at their track.
Absolutely. That helps in all this stuff.
Now they need a win here.
Yep.
Because HMS has won on 85 races at 26 tracks since they last won here. They've been second 4 times. There's the most telling stat. You talk about a youth movement.
I think William's story is such an interesting story. His background, you said you were 16, 17 years old. He was late getting into the sport. Just a student of the sport, very smart. When you talk to him, you can just tell the kid has a lot of intelligence to him and really studies the data side of this new wave of how you find speed and where it's, building these race cars, and it's really putting it to good use.
The biggest thing to me is watching the like when they were doing the iRacing back a number of years ago. The thing that I took from that was the racetracks were so spot on to what we saw when I drove the race car. What I had a hard time doing was the feel of trying to get the use of the feel in the wheel and the brakes and all the stuff, but it was all visual. And that's where this group, this younger generation, has been able to pick that right up.
You couldn't have said that any better. That's why I have trouble. An old school racer coming from the dirt background, things like that, that's from the seat of your pants, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All your feels from the seat of the pants. When I got on those rigs and we run at iRacing at night, I get my butt whooped by William Byron and all the kids because they're used to finding that feel through their visual eyes.
All right, let's hear from Kurt Busch, who was in that 9-car pileup. Jamie.
Mike, and you talked about it. We saw how vicious that hit was. First off, Kurt, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm all right. My feet are just numb, and I hit my foot on one of the wrecks at Talladega, and I hit my foot again. And, man, we're almost through the wreck, and I see somebody just hit us from behind. Everybody checking up. But, wow, what a day. What a day for our McDonald's team. We just had really good long-run speed, but pit road we struggled, and struggled a little bit on restarts, and did not need that at all.
Thanks, Kurt.
I never had very good luck with that McDonald's paint scheme.
There you go. So neither your paint scheme nor Clint's are going to make it to the finish today.
No,
sorry.
No, sorry.
Well, Clint's is. I'm sorry. J.J. Yeager is still out there. 4 down. But the Jeff Gordon scheme out front of Joey Logano by 0.9 of a second. There's Austin Dillon passing Suarez. That's for 10th.
Does anybody have any tires left if that caution comes out?
Larry?
Oh, yeah. We got one more set laying here, Bill. You better believe we got them.
Okay, just checking.
Larry, interesting top 5 at this point and how they got here.
Well, when I look at Tyler Reddick in the 8, Justin Haley in the 31, and even Kevin Harvick in the 4, it appeared they were on that 2-stop strategy because they all pitted between lap 229 and 231. They got advantage of those 4 fresh tires and then caught the caution perfect. Everybody comes to pit road, they keep the track position. So short pitting, going with the 2-stop strategy worked out perfect the way the caution fell.
13 laps to go. Joey Logano holding it just about 1 second behind William Byron.
Williams got it pretty much under control if nothing happens at this point in time. Let's catch his traffic bad or something in that respect. But
well, that's just it. With big wrecks like we've had and losing to the cars on the racetrack, you don't have those cars that lack traffic.
Bill, we're doing a TV show here. Work with me, okay?
Okay.
Trying to set up a little drama here for the closing laps.
Trying to hand him the win already.
You are so honest.
Hey, the 22 gained 3 car lengths on it right there.
All right, there we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Maybe even 4.
Down to 0.9 of a second.
There you go.
All right.
Bill, I always tell the driver, you don't have to work with me, just don't work against me, man.
I'm with you.
Now Logano picked up another half a tenth on that lap. He's been closing.
Back to Reddick.
13 cars in the garage that will not see the checkered flag today. That ties Talladega for the most DNFs of this season.
You know, I'm a little bit bitter, Bill, because he left us in the booth and went on to his leadership role right in Hendrick Motorsports. But my man left the booth, went down to Miami, Florida, took in a little sun with the F1 boys, you know, taking all the pictures with all the glitz and the glory. Flies in here and may just watch his paint scheme take over. I'm telling you, timing's everything, and nobody's better at timing than Jeff Gordon.
Is he going to fly back?
I don't know. I don't even care right now.
Tyler Reddick is closing on Joey Logano for second. Logano lost a couple of tenths over the last 2 laps to William Byron.
Yeah, he's using down in 3 and 4. I've been watching Tyler here the last few laps, and he's using up that wall, and he's noted for doing that from his dirt world.
Really good at running the outside.
He's right up on it, man.
Great race for Justin Haley in 4th, 3.5 back. And Kevin Harvick, what a rebound from starting at the tail end of the field after having problems in practice. For those of you looking for MLS soccer, Austin Football Club versus the LA Galaxy, it's coming up right here on FS1 after the conclusion of the Goodyear 400, which has 8 laps to go. Maybe that's where Jeff's going next.
There's no telling. I'd say with what Jeff's done, he can go anywhere he wants to go.
That's right. Yep. And he'll be welcome there.
I'm sure he will.
Kevin Harvick's 12 straight top 10s tie your record.
Pretty good company.
Well, we still got 7 laps to go to mess that up.
Oh, see, now a little optimism. I like that.
So there you go.
Never over.
Never over till it's over.
Like this. Justin Haley in the top 4. Taking advantage, right? Attrition is such a big part of this race. You know it going in. It's so hard to discipline yourself and tell you that. And I'm telling you, through the years in my career, for whatever reason, you get down to 50 to go, and that's where I struggle. Like, I could run good, run in the top 10, be steady, thinking I've got this thing. All right, finally, 50 laps to go. All hell breaks loose, just like we had off of turn 2, and the rest is history.
And Larry, I think Haley also benefited from that pit strategy as Kevin Harvick steams around Chase Elliott, because all of Haley's gains have come in stage 3. He got the free pass at the end of stage 2.
Yeah, Mike, he actually pitted there at lap 229, a lap before Harvick and 2 laps before Tyler Reddick. So those 3, they were on that 2-stop strategy, but the caution fell perfect.
Great call. Joey Logano has it down to half a second.
Oh, keep on coming. Catching a little bit of lap traffic for the 24 car, but they're down to 4 to go.
And that's what they're both looking at. If you're the 24, you're in that spotter's ear. Hey, man, get them boys out of the way.
It's 4 car lengths, first to second now.
24, he's got 2 races under his belt, and Joey has none, so I think he's gonna push the issue here.
That 24 is starting to look loose. You saw him get loose into 3 right there. I'm telling you, he's starting to slip and slide around. Got that 22 looking him in the mirror. That's what you got to do. If you're Joey Logano, get in there, put the pressure on him, get him looking in that mirror, and maybe force a mistake.
3 to go, and Logano will be there.
Or like they did at Bristol, make the mistake.
Yeah. Good point.
Lap car J.J. Yaley stays to the bottom. The leaders are up top.
I like how that 22 is entering a little bit higher. Gives him the opportunity to diamond that thing on the exit. Get this run. Look at him. Here he comes.
He's got a good run on him.
2 to go.
Doing the same thing down here. Running outside, picking him up. Got to the gas a lot sooner, Bill.
Now the 24 car looks pretty loose.
Coming to the white.
It's the last lap.
Oh,
he hit it. Oh, into the wall.
Logano goes by.
Wow.
White flag. 1 lap to go. Sponsored by Credit One Bank.
Wow. Holy.
You saw it coming. That 24 was loose. He was happening to back up in the corner a little bit, but man, he got hit pretty hard there.
The 22 didn't back the corner up.
No. He got the fencer 8 ahead of Reddick.
Tyler Reddick to second, Byron to third, Haley, Harvick, Elliott, Bell, McDowell, Stenhouse.
I told you, every time I talk about a guy, I jinx him. I knew it.
What do you say?
Joey Logano.
Nice job. Check a flag.
28th career win. Logano, from the pole to the checkered flag, captures the Goodyear 400.
Well, I'm proud of Chase. He came home from the back to the top 5. So
grinded that one out. Both of them. The 4 of Kevin Harvick and Chase Elliott coming from the back. That's a long day, long, hard-fought battle, grinding it out. But Joey Logano, hey, put the bumper to him and took this race win. That one's going to be tough.
Larry Mack, now what about the race?
Wait a minute. What do you mean, Larry Mack? You had this thing rode off 10 laps ago.
Well, he was giving me a hard time.
That's what we're saying. You never know when this thing's over. And, William Byron, he's not going to like that. He's not going to be happy with that on the last lap. It's such a...
You think he'll remember it?
Yes, he will remember it. What do you think?
Big.
I think that was... What I would call that would be a Legends move.
Legends
drive him.
Oh, like Legends cars?
Yeah, Legends.
Where all you buy is bumpers?
Yeah. You just drive them in.
We'll have another look at it in a second here.
Well, tell me what you think.
Joey Logano celebrates. It was a bump and run.
Oh, that was more than a bump. I think he hit him more than a bump.
All right. And we'll see it. There's Byron's Camaro.
Wow, he's got 2 flats.
Yeah, ended up 13th.
I just wonder if he had a tire issue or something going down.
Could have. That car got loose in a hurry.
Yeah, it did.
You're right. The rate at which Logano caught him from half a second back was much more than just closing speed.
And it was all over there in turn 3. You saw him having to give up, check up, getting into the corner. And, man, I tell you what, we checked up much too many times, and that 22 took it from him.
Listen to that crowd. Mixed reviews for Joey Logano's win. Here's Regan Smith.
Joey Logano getting the helmet off. It's been 40 races, Joey, since your last win. Did it in an exciting fashion. At the end of the race here, talk me through turn 3. You chase down William Byron. We see some contact, but you end up coming through with the win today.
Yeah, you're not going to put me in the wall and not get anything back. That's how that works. But, man, super proud of the Shell Pennzoil team. Getting a victory here in Darlington. It's like Regan. I never won here in a cup race before, so proud of this race team. Great execution all day long. And, man, I tell you what, the coolest thing is getting this car in the victory lane. This is the car where it all started for me back in '95 in a quarter midget. And it really, honestly, all the young kids racing out there right now, this could be you. I got Silver City Quarter Midget Club on the back, all the cool things that went along with this car, and to get into victory lane just means so much to me. And I can't, like I said, can't thank Shell enough for letting us do that, and Ford, and oh man, everybody that was along with this. It was a really special day. Having my dad drive the Mach 1 before the race. A lot of cool things happened today, and definitely ended it up on a keynote. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms, especially my mom, Brittany, back at home. I miss you, I love you, the boys, the girl, everybody. I got a big family now, but just rambling here, but I appreciate everybody. This is really cool.
Joey Logano, your winner on Mother's Day weekend in Darlington.
Came right down to the finish, and turn number 3. There's Joey's parents, Tom and Debbie. Here's what happened.
We saw the run on him, and the 24 was starting to have trouble. There's no question, but it sounded to me like from his interview it was a little bit more retaliation than anything. He felt like the 24 had something coming. Well, that something was a big bumper, moved him out of the way pretty hard, right? Put him in the wall hard enough that it flattened his tires. He ended up 13th because of it.
Yeah, you know, that's the bad thing about it. You could go back to Bristol a few races back and Chase Briscoe and Tyler Reddick and the issues that happened there and the things. It just comes down to it.
Jamie?
And William Byron leading right there at the end. And we just heard from Joey, and it sounded almost like it was a retaliation thing. Did you guys have something happen before that?
No, I mean, we were really close off of 2, and I think it spooked him and got him tight, and he was right against the wall, and I got the lead. And he's just an idiot. I mean, he does this stuff all the time. I've seen it with other guys. And, I mean, he drove in there 10 mile an hour too fast. And with these next-gen cars, you know, he slammed me so hard it knocked the whole right side off the car and no way to make the corner. So, yeah, he's just a moron. He can't win a race, so he does it that way. So, I don't know. We'll, yeah. It was close racing on the restart. We were faster than him. Obviously, at the end, right rear started to go away, and yeah, he didn't even make it a contest.
Thank you.
William Byron ended up 13th. They're going to have to put a new left rear on Joey Logano's car to get him to Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane here at Darlington. Breaking that lengthy winless streak and joining this group of drivers and punching his ticket to the playoffs later this season. Much more to come from Darlington after a wild last couple of laps between Joey Logano and William Byron. Congratulations to Coca-Cola Racing family driver Joey Logano for his win on Throwback Weekend in Darlington.
What a race, man.
Yes, well, it certainly turned into one.
Oh, no doubt.
With 1 to go. All right, I said bump and run, but you said it was much more than that. I'm inclined to agree after seeing the replay.
I think he just drove it in on him, but that, you know, Mr. H ain't going to be happy about this one.
No, you know, hey, both sides, you know, you obviously heard Logano thought that he had some retaliation coming, and you heard William Byron's comments. At the end of the day, that's hard racing, and these kids have been doing that. You saw it in Bristol like you talked about, but I want to talk about today. Darlington, it never disappoints. This place is such a challenging racetrack. The track too tough to tame, and once again, for many and many of these drivers, was too tough today.
And so many champions of our sport and stars of our sport failed to finish, some of them because they couldn't race the racetrack.
Absolutely.
Hey, Mike, how about the day we had with all these heroes and legends in here? Bill Elliott, oh, awesome, Bill. Pretty cool.
What about RP, man?
The King.
The King.
And Bobby Labonte.
How do you beat that?
Well, thanks to all of you for joining us. MLS Soccer is next here on FS1. Joey Logano bumps and runs his way to victory in the Goodyear 400.